All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay. Before we get into the trial, I have to, confront some of this breaking news on the Briggs and Minifix settlement with Brian Manziel. Now, what does that mean about Reckless Ben and so forth? We still got to go check out part 3. And I'm going to go ahead and check out Miss BJC live show on reference to the Bricks and Minifix settling. So we're gonna react to her video because unfortunately I'm doing the Tupac trial, so the PVD trial for the murder of Tupac. So I cannot do like the investigation and make sure how legit this is. I'm trusting in BJC, and she's a pretty reliable source. So let's check out what she has to say, and let's get into it like this.
Breaking news. Bricks and Minifix has settled with Brian Mansell. You did not
really?
mishear.
Really?
There has been a settlement. There has been a settlement as of 2 hours ago. Today is Wednesday, August 19th, 12:42 p.m. Eastern, and this is a press release directly from Bricks and Minifigs.
So this is like an hour or some ago.
Press people. BAM Franchising and Mansell family reach resolution over Star Wars collection dispute. Mediation allowed parties to exchange additional records, resolve their dispute, and align on pursuing appropriate remaining claims respecting unauthorized consignment deal by former owner of closed store. Okay, what? This is my first time reading. I didn't even read it. I saw this.
So they exchange records, resolve their dispute, and align on pursuit to appropriate remain claims respecting unauthorized consignment deal by former owner of Okay. This makes me question the franchise agreement versus the operation manual. Just saying.
Headline, and I just rushed to film this, so let's read it together. Salt Lake City, Bricks and Minifigs, an authorized Lego reseller specializing in buying trading, we know who they are, announced today that it has reached a comprehensive and amicable I'm so like, because I know for this to have happened, they had to have agreed to make Brian Mansell whole in some way. So this is really great news. I don't think Brian Mansell was just going to be settling for no reason, but you'll be able to hear his words directly because he has agreed to come on my channel sometime this week or maybe next week.
All right, so I don't believe anything that BAM says. All right, so this is put out by BAM. I don't believe anything that BAM says. Anything. It has to come. I have to see the actual documentation, the signed documentation by both, and I got to see and hear it from both Brian Mansell and BAM. Now, see, by far, right now, everybody knows that this has gone way too far. Way too far. We still got Reckless Ben. We still got Crystal. All the other franchisees. Everybody else that has been affected by this. Even the consumers have been affected by this.
To talk about this. So stand by for that. But I haven't even read this myself. I haven't talked to him about it at all. Let's see. Today, okay, announced they have reached a comprehensive and amicable resolution with the Mansell family regarding the dispute surrounding a Lego Star Wars collection originally consigned to a former franchise owner, that's Crystal, of the Bricks and Minifigs Salem, Kaiser, Oregon store. The agreement resolves the disputes between Bricks and Minifigs, its leadership, and the Mansell family, and follows an extensive legal and mediation process in which the parties exchanged records and information that provided a more complete understanding of the circumstances surrounding the original consignment arrangement. Wow. Look at the big part right here. As part of the resolution, the Mansell family has been made whole by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement with Crystal, including assignment of their claims. Hold on. Part of the resolution, the Mansell family has been made whole by Bricks and Minifigs for the losses associated with their consignment. So the Mansell family's been made whole by Bricks and Minifigs, including the assignment to Bricks and Minifigs of Brian Mansell's claims arising from the original contract. And the Mansells have agreed to provide relevant records should Bricks and Minifigs want to sue Crystal. Oh my God.
Well, I don't think Bricks and Minifigs has the case in any way, shape, or form on any of it. But I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I think they're trying to word this to stay save some kind of face. I still think there's some kind of manipulation. I still think that there's kind of funny stuff going on here. Because I mean, I want to know where is this posted? Hmm. Sorry, I'm looking. Hmm. Nothing on their website, I don't think. Oh, hold up, hold up. Okay, we'll continue here.
Whoa. There's a quote from Ammon. Quote, "We are very glad that through mediation we were finally able to sit down with the Mansells, exchange relevant records and information, and develop a more complete picture of what occurred," said Ammon McNeff. Most importantly, the Mansells have now been compensated for their loss, and rather than continuing to be on opposite sides of the issue, we can move forward based on a fuller body of information. Well, when you say rather than being on opposite sides, so what? They're joining forces? Briggs and Minifigs had previously offered to assist the Mansells in addressing the circumstances surrounding the collection on multiple occasions. Yeah, well, that's up for debate. Okay, I don't think they really did. But again, this is coming from BAM's people. They are pleased that the mediation process and the broader exchange of information has now created an opportunity for the parties to move forward with their lives. Bricks and Minifigs also reiterated the impact of the lengthy dispute and the impact it had on the Mansell family, and even apologized. Bricks and Minifigs apologized to the Mansells and put it in writing that they did that.
Wow.
Good job, team. Good job, team. Good job, internet. We did it. Good job, Ben, obviously. Good job, Mansells, the most, but.
Yep. Okay, so I think this is what she's looking at, which I don't know how much I'm going to have to zoom in here. Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, or any current Bricks and Minifish franchisees, Bam and McNeff, Baker, Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best, likewise, would dismiss their lawsuit against Brian Mansell. Through the exchange of records and information during the legal mediation process, the parties developed more complete understanding of what occurred. The underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract between Mansell family and the Salem Kaiser Oregon store. Bam Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best were not parties to it. The Manzel's loss arose in part from the sales, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. Okay, so they're trying to save face right there. Because we know what happened there. I mean, it's on video. As part of the settlement, Brian Mansell has assigned to BAM his claim under the original consignment contract. BAM may elect to pursue the claims against those who are responsible. Well, they better sue themselves because they're responsible. The Manzells have agreed to provide relevant records in support of BAM's claims. I want to know what records those are. The parties believe these places responsibilities for remedying any remaining fault with the appropriate parties. BAM recognizes that the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store. No, not just the former operator, the operator that took over after, and just the corporate period. And during the transition from the former operator to the replacement franchisee, BAM regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve the matter. BAM has issued an unqualified apology to the Mansell family for the loss and pain suffered from the events surrounding the dispute. Okay. Unqualified. No. I hope that apology is in a large amount. Buddy had 2 years. That was unnecessarily not fast. The parties recognize that Briggs and many big franchises, the employees have no involvement within events surrounding the dispute, and hope that this resolution brings closure to everyone affected and all may return to their normal business activities and personal lives. Something tells me this is bullshit. This is on the Bricks and Minifix webpage, by the way. bricksandminifix.com. Okay. This is a settlement signed by the judge.
Wow. Wow. With our minds together, look what we can do. They apologized to him too for the uncertainty, the losses, and pain suffered during the investigation. Quote, whatever disagreements existed during this process, the Mansells experienced a genuine loss and a great deal of uncertainty and frustration, said Ammon McNeff. Am I in the Twilight Zone? Let me check the date. It's not April 1st, right? Quote, we regret that we were not more quickly able to access the information necessary to fully understand and resolve the situation, as our goal from the beginning was to help make this family whole, regardless of who was at fault. That wasn't your goal from the beginning. They still lying, but girl, whatever. We are pleased to have resolved this matter with the Mansells so we can remain focused on supporting our customers, employees, and more than 300 independent franchisees who make up our community. The parties have created a joint statement which can be read here. Let's go there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here's the joint statement. Resolution reached. Bricks and Minifigs and Mansell family settle consignment of rare collection through voluntary mediation. This is dated as of today. This is on bricksandminifigs.com. Joint statement from BAM Franchising and the Mansell family. BAM Franchising Inc., Ammon McNeff, Matt McNeff, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and the Mansell family. Baker Salem is interesting. And the Mansell family are pleased to announce that they have reached a comprehensive and amicable resolution of a private civil dispute relating to the Lego collection. The collection was originally consigned to Crystal Gorman, Law Gorman of the Bricks and Minifigs Salem, Kaiser, Oregon store. This settlement agreement is a compromise of disputed claims. They still disagree on some stuff, but they compromised. It's not an admission of liability, wrongdoing, or unlawful conduct by anyone. The Mansells confirm they have been compensated. This is a joint statement? Thank God. It is awesome. This is awesome. The Mansells have been compensated by Bricks and Minifigs for the losses associated with the consignment arrangement and are releasing all their claims against Bricks and Minifigs. Its leadership, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and any franchisee. Bricks and Minifigs, the McNeffs, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best will likewise dismiss their lawsuit against Brian Mansell. Wow. So what does this mean for the...
Right.
I'll do final thoughts at the end. Okay, so through the exchange of records and information during the legal and mediation processes, the parties developed a more complete understanding of what occurred. The underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract between the Mansell family and the store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. Bricks and Minifigs, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best were not parties to this consignment agreement. The Mansells' loss arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store, which is Crystal. So they're still throwing her under the bus. And she has an active RICO lawsuit against them. As part of the settlement, Brian Mansell has assigned to BAM his claims under the original consignment contract. Bricks and Minifigs may elect to pursue these claims against those responsible.
Okay, so
They're going to sue Crystal
I think,
or add her to the lawsuit. The Mansells have agreed to provide relevant records in support of Bricks and Minifigs' claims. The parties believe this places responsibility for remedying any remaining fault with the appropriate parties. Bricks and Minifigs recognizes that Brian Mansell and the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store and during the transition from the former operator to the replacement franchisees, which were corporate agents. Bricks and Minifigs regrets that it did not more. I bet they do. Oh, this is too good. Bricks and Minifigs.
okay, so like I said before, this is only on their website. I want to see this on where the judge signs it, or I want to see the legal documentation of the settlement. agreement. I want to see what Brian Mansell says. I'm thinking that Bricks and Minifigs is trying to, you know, say what they want to say or do whatever they can just to try to get everybody to believe that, oh yeah, everything is fine. We're doing our part. We made everything good. We made the Mansell family good again, but they didn't do jack shit. I don't think anything's official. I don't think none's done. I don't think none of this is done. Is this in the court case? Is this in the court files? Look it up. I don't believe anything that Bam says. Bricks and Minifix, I don't believe anything Bricks and Minifix says. Bam corporate. Now, if they turn around and told me, hey, we get it. You don't trust us. We know you don't believe us. You know, I know this is a sworn. I know this is a conjoint or joint statement, but you know, maybe this can let you know that we made him whole again. Hear from the man's mouth himself, Brian Mansell, and let's hear from Brian Mansell. And I'm going to tell you right now, Brian Mansell is not going to turn around and say, and all those words, and all that aspect, that he agrees to everything that they said in the statements.
Regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve this matter. Bricks and Minifix has issued an
Because before the takeover, he had a good relationship with Crystal. Before the takeover, he had a good relationship with Crystal. Business was being done. It wasn't until the takeover is when shit hit the fan.
qualified apology to the Mansell family for the losses and pain suffered from the events surrounding the dispute. The parties recognize that many Bricks and Minifigs franchises and employees had no involvement with the events surrounding this dispute, and we hope that this resolution brings closure to everyone affected and all may return to their normal business activities and personal lives. You know, this is ironic for so many reasons, but one of them is originally to give Brian his Legos back, the BAM parties wanted him to apologize. I didn't see him apologizing in this press release. Frankly, he has nothing to apologize for. But now Bricks and Minifigs apologized. Now, my closing thoughts or my final thoughts on this are,
What are you thinking?
what does this mean for
Crystal
the
Eccleston?
lawsuit? Ben Schneider's lawsuit. Because I've kind of said this before. The case is a lot worse for BAM. It's way harder for Bricks and Minifigs to win this if Brian Mansell is one of the defendants. If Brian Mansell's sitting up there, I mean, he's the one that got his Legos stolen, or his family, you know, they got their Legos stolen, and then he got sued for it. So I've always said he was the strongest link there. I mean, you never know what you're going to get on a jury. You never know if they're going to look at, you know, these scoundrels who came from California. You never know. But like Brian Mansell and his family and their losses were real. They were legitimate and substantive. They were material, and they did nothing wrong at all. I'm not saying Ben did. I'm just saying it's just so much clearer. Like, okay, he brought it to this business. He thought, you know, what does this mean for the lawsuit? Does this mean maybe Ben and Bricks and Minifigs are going to settle? Does this mean
If they're
they
smart,
said they're
would.
dropping the claims? I mean, this is interesting too. Brian Mansell has assigned to Bricks and Minifigs his claims under the original consignment contract. Bricks and Minifigs may elect to pursue these claims against those responsible. Now, I'm assuming they're talking about Crystal, but this is like that assignment of ownership interest. Didn't Brian already kind of do that, like in the video to Ben and Sheldon and them? So now are Ben and Bam now going to have to go back and forth? Like, who actually owns the interest and the rights and the this and the that? Well, Brian has been paid, compensated, whatever that means. I'm assuming that means paid, but they said compensated for, you know, I guess so what they did is they probably went in, they did a really fine-grained, meticulous accounting, kind of similar to like what CoffeeZilla did. And, you know, these are the ones that were in the store on this day. These are the ones that we can say were there. These are the ones that are missing. These are the ones unaccounted for. These are the ones that got sold to M&R, and just went through item by item and item by item and came to an amount where it's like, all right, Bricks and Minifigs, this is what I think you owe. Give me this amount. Whatever it was, you know, they negotiated that amount, but there's still an outstanding amount. So let's go back to that original article. The Business Wire one. The parties confirmed the underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract. The joint statement says that the Mansells' loss arose from the sales, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory of the former operator. Wow. This is a full Crystal law under the bus, or a compromise of disputed claims. It says they confirm they've been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement and are releasing all legal claims against Bricks and Minifigs and its leadership and the rest. Wow. Through an exchange of records. Okay. This is a joint statement, and it does say the Mansells' loss. I missed this. I missed this the first time. I mean, I didn't miss it. I read it, but like, wow. The Mansells' loss arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, disposition. So in part, the Mansells' loss arose from Crystal Law.
No.
That is what the joint statement says. Now, this Business Wire statement, which is not the joint statement, kind of misquotes the joint statement for what it's worth. Because here's the joint statement on bricksandminifigs.com. And it says the Mansells' loss arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. In part. But look at this. The businesswire.com version says the joint statement further provides the Mansells' loss arose from the sales, accounting, storage, disposition of inventory, not in part. So I think that is a little bit dishonest to rephrase it as if it was the whole entire. Because when I read it there, I was like, wait, what? I didn't read that. I didn't what I remember. In part. So yes, it is true that Brian Mansell, the joint statement, does say that part of the losses for the Mansell family arose from Crystal. But the Bricks and Minifigs people, because they're just dishonest liars, are already twisting this very good joint statement. There's really no reason to retwist it all around, but that's what you get when you hire these PR companies, I guess.
I think it's all a lie.
Whatever. I don't even care. I mean, I do care, and I continue to, and I plan to continue pointing out all their lies. But right now, I think we should celebrate. That's my opinion. This whole saga started because of they stole a dying old man's Legos, which I don't think the man is dying. I think he's in remission. Y'all stop saying dying.
I'm not
That's bad to
celebrating yet.
manifest. Okay, but
I'm
anyway,
not
it was
celebrating
at the
yet.
time he was in poor health,
I love
and
you,
this all started
BGC.
because that family was wronged. Now there's been a lot of
I'm
wrongs
not
that have taken place
celebrating
along
yet.
the way that still need to be righted, but this was
I'm not celebrating yet. You know, because there's so much. There's so much that is to be, you know, dealt with in this whole situation. To be dealt with in the whole situation where I think that's posted on their website. I don't see the legal documentation. I don't see any signatures. And I don't see a statement directly from Brian Mansell. I mean, if I heard it from Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben himself, I'm not gonna count the chickens before they hatch. Just saying. I'm gonna go to Lus. Lus is live right now. Let's see what he's got to say about this.
That is a legal minefield. I would bet something on this. I would bet that Brian doesn't talk about the settlement on camera, because that is going to be used against him. I mean, again, it would be similar to Casey Tron talking about Ethan Klein on camera right after the settlement. I mean, no lawyer would approve that, right? That would be crazy. Okay, scroll down. Okay, scroll down. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Shout out to BJC. Oh, man. What? Okay, we'll watch this. Wow, that's crazy. That's a crazy interview.
breaking news directly because he has agreed to come on my channel sometime this week or maybe next week to talk about this. So stand by.
Holy shit. That would be, yeah, we gotta like, whoa. Shout out to BJC. Holy shit. Really? I mean, talk about like, you know, an interview. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, that's a crazy get. Like, congrats to BJC. That is amazing. Like, yeah, wow. I'm sure that they have to probably vet the questions. Like, in this case, it is very, very. For instance, BAM can always sue you again. Okay? They can. Like, BAM is, like, very litigious. Like, I don't know, like, how much Brian would even be able to say. Like, even if You didn't sign any of this stuff. Like, you could easily be dragged back in. All right? Because, then what was your consideration? So a contract has to have consideration. So the idea that Brian Menzel gave them nothing cannot be true. It legally cannot be. Because for us to do a deal, I can't say, I'm going to give you $100 for that car, right? Your car is consideration for my $100. But, like, a contract would not exist if I just give you $100. That would just me be giving you $100. And obviously, I don't think Bricks and Minifigs is so... They must have got something from Brian Menzel, understand? Right? So that's kind of crazy. Because they must have got something from Brian Menzel. Like, okay, let me ask you, what can Brian Menzel give them? He didn't sue them, and he didn't have any counterclaims. So what Brian Menzel got was, allegedly, money, right, to make himself whole. So that's the consideration from plaintiff, or from BAM to Brian Menzel. But what did Brian Menzel give them? Right? He must have gave them something. You guys understand? Something had to be exchanged for the money. Otherwise, it couldn't be a contract because there's something called no consideration. No consideration means there's nothing binding. Brian had to give something up. And if it wasn't these three items, then what was it? Yeah, the settlement agreement I don't think will ever be public. I don't think it will ever be made public. But, like, you know, like, Bricks and Minifigs isn't, like, generous, right? They're, like, you guys know who they are. We know who they are. To just assume they, like, donated this money to him, unlikely, right? Especially when you talk about settlement agreement. Like, there's got to be something exchanged. Well, otherwise, why settle now? Why settle at all? Right? Your reputation's not getting any better. But yeah, shout out to BJC, right? BJC.
But, you know, Les is right on
that. Do you think that's enough? Do you think that's enough? So that might be enough for the contract reasons, but knowing Bricks and Minifigs, do you think that's enough for them to drop? It's one of these things where, like, I got sued. I had to settle. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't even, like, really a party to it. I just got dragged in by my best friend. And I can tell you, like, after spending X amount of dollars on lawyer fees, Y amount of dollars on court fees, Z amount of dollars on stress and loss of business, it is going to be very interesting to see what Brian has to say. Right? It is very interesting to see what Brian will have to say. Because I don't know. Like, typically when you settle, you just don't want to talk about it ever again. That's been my experience, right? When I settled, or when I signed that agreement with those two doctors, I never want to see them again. I never want to talk to them again. I never want to talk about them again. That's my personal gut experience from someone who's been in a situation. It's over. It's been a very stressful part of my life for almost, like, in my case, 4 years. But in Brian Menzel's case, I want to spend time with my family. I want to spend time with my dad. I want to do anything on earth.
Dan's bigger issue
get back
is
into the shadow of doing legal stuff. That's been my personal, like, guttural response, right? About, like, you know, settlement. Is, like, I just don't want, you know, it's been stressful for, I mean, when was it? Like, since his Legos got taken away? Almost a year. His Legos got taken away in November of last year, the consignment. He's been under an immense amount of stress, public scrutiny, his dad as well. He's been sued.
I'm thinking that
I would just want to take a break. Like, even if I want to help Ben and help Chris Law and want to do, like, you have no idea. Like, people here, they don't know the immense amount of stress, right? It's a lot of fucking stress, man. Right? It's a lot of stress that this guy's been dealing with, that his family's been dealing with, right? And now you're out. It's like Marlo from The Wire. None of you guys watch The Wire, so you guys don't know this. It's like Marlo from The Wire. He got out. The guy won. He won a Game of Thrones. Before it was called Game of Thrones. Like, the last scene of The Wire is Marlo got out.
One part is done. But
then he came back in. And when you're back in, you can't get out anymore.
But
so Marlo and The Wire did the one thing no character could do. Every character was trying to do. Get out. And he did. But then in the last scene, he couldn't resist himself and he got back in. And then now, like, again, like, it's crazy. Like, Brian Menzel has gotten out, like a Marlo ending. Like, the end, I can't show you the ending, right? But my God, is it good? Is it fucking good? Because it shows you, like, human nature, right? He had it made. Why go back and see if his name meant anything in the street? Like, yes, he was out. All these characters, like, want to, like, you know, not leave the streets and, like, make money. And they're playing this chess game, right? This high, like, Prop Joe, right? And I forget the other guys' names, like, in the beginning, the first season, right? Alvin Barker. even the regular guys, even the sergeants and lieutenants, everyone's playing this game to get what Marlo has, to get out. And then he goes straight back in, right? That is what Brian Menzel will be doing. And maybe he loves the game, and the game is the game, but The Wire is a classic. It is Shakespeare, but in, like, well, I mean, it's not modern. It's like 12 years ago. That's the only life he knew. It also signifies the death of Marlo Stanfield. Yes. Right. So after, like, that, then you're like, oh, geez, Marlo's just going to do it and he's going to die. Because everyone in the game dies. Right. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. But anyway, emergency live stream over. I'm still sick. Yeah, really good updates, everybody. Like, I mean, wow. Crazy updates today. Yeah, leave me a comment, and maybe we'll, like, read the comments next time. And I don't know if I'm going to live stream tomorrow or not. I'll see how my health is, right? But it's the game, man. It's like, look, when I settled, I was just so happy to, like, not have to deal with this shit anymore. I'm out. The last thing I want to do is then, like, get back into the game and talk about the two people I settled with. Right? The game is the game. But shout out to BJC. Yeah, shout out to BJC. Oh, he's shit. Like, she's doing really amazing work. Love her streams. And we'll probably cover it more, right? Oh, yeah, shout out to Don't F for Justice. She's doing streams as well. I'm just like too tired. But yeah, The Wire. Watch The Wire, guys, because, I mean, The Wire is a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece in, like, every way. Like, it's human nature, basically personified. Like, you know, like, a lot of times, like, when you're reading Shakespeare, because it's so old, you're like, why would they do that? This is stupid. Hamlet's an idiot.
All right.
Oh, Romeo and Juliet are stupid. But
Well-
then, like, you know, like, The Wire is like an updated version. And at least for me, like, I'm old, of course, right? I watched The Wire when I was, like, in law school. It's like a version where, like, you look at the character and be like, oh, yeah, why did Omar later come back to the game? Oh, that's why he went. Oh, why is Omar later
I get a kick of this guy.
Or Avon Barker, or, like the reason
Make sure
that
I hit
people
that
act
like.
and behave in certain ways.
I'm
is,
sorry.
like, for me,
I
like,
jumped
when I
in
read Shakespeare 1600s, I'm not going to get it.
On his live
When I look
stream.
at The Wire, I'm like, oh, shit, there's a deeper, you know, thing going on, right?
I jumped in on his live stream because he was talking about the bricks and minifigs thing too. And we're getting ready to get into this whole murder trial day 3.
All right, pal.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely need to talk to him. Because he probably the reason why they texting, man. This was like, this number 5. This is our 5th place today. And
Okay, yeah, I've seen this one,
Who are
yeah.
you with?
Yeah, I'm with Occupational Cares, Diversity Affairs, ID number 3.
This is not a recording area. Nope. Nope. This is private property. Please turn these off.
First of all, you don't walk in here with that attitude.
Sir, I'm
You already had
Hey,
a
Loss,
attitude.
you ever seen
when we was on the phone.
Agent
You don't talk
Ratliff
to me
before?
like that.
Please ask you nice.
We were
Cody,
here
go
for
inside.
Cody.
Cody, go inside.
That's your problem. It don't matter. I'm still gonna read these motherfucking complaints. And you better get out my face. Don't even walk up on me. Last white guy walked up on me. I pushed his ass far back to another whole fucking country.
Either leave or I'm gonna call
All right.
We already called the cops. The cops are already on the way for our own safety.
The guy, he says
What are
that
you talking
every
about?
episode. It's so
We
funny.
still gonna read these motherfucking complaints.
Please, sir, I need you to step out of here.
Complaints about everything.
We're gonna go.
always
Well, I'm gonna look at Sheldon live real quick.
Truck driver with the forklift
Well,
for the company.
while he's watching,
They ordered barbecue, and we only got one rib.
somebody.
Yeah, get your whole ass back in there, your bitch ass. You had an attitude on the phone. You were hard on the phone. Yeah,
Imagine sending this into your boss, bro.
It don't matter.
Can you
And I
just
was
imagine
like,
me watching a live streamer, watching a video, or reacting to a video? Man, right before I focus on the Tupac
These are real
Yeah, my
complaints. These are real
secure murder trial.
Yeah, that's the whole fucking purpose of this meeting. To talk shit to your ass on fucking camera. And that next was back in that fucking room.
He
farting.
opens
That
the
fucking purpose
window.
We walked in there, smelled like whole fart. And they say the Mexican right there got a BBL. You look good though. Damn
You
good.
look good though.
That's sexual assault. You need to leave my house.
I don't work for you. You talking about sexual assault, sexual harassment. This is freedom of speech. That's what I just displayed. A fucking freedom of speech. I don't work for you. Just know, if I have to come back here, I'm gonna shut all this shit down.
I'm gonna shut it all
I'm
down.
gonna shut all this shit down. And I'm gonna shut your ass down. She got my card. Get it from the BBL. Get it.
What do you calling her? What BBL mean?
BBL?
Yeah. What are you calling her?
Oh, it means surgery, bitch. That's what it means.
You
Surgery.
mean surgery what? What'd you call me?
Bitch.
We almost sent an OCDA
What's your name?
to
Agent
Bricks
Rattler?
and Minifigs.
Oh, what am I? What's
Dumb,
your name?
dumb ass nigga.
Am I black, sir?
Oh, so you think all black people are niggas? Nah, you on camera. Yeah. Y'all heard
He does
said,
this to
I
every
called him a
episode.
nigga, and he said, am I black? Bitch, Indian can be niggas. Chinese people can be niggas.
What does that mean?
Your ass a nigga. I called you a nigga.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
No, we signed our rights back to
Exactly
Brian.
what the fuck it means.
Sir, excuse me.
See, you want to keep me here, and I'm going to give you a show.
You're not gonna do anything.
He's gonna light up a
I'm gonna use my
cigarette,
general
not the
counsel,
spoiler.
sir. You can speak to our
He
lawyer.
lights up a
How's that?
cigarette inside
Put
every
that cigarette
episode.
inside, we will file complaints. All right. Let me have your card, sir. I'm gonna call your company right now.
I'm the CEO.
I'm the CEO. He is the CEO of OCDA.
So you can record, right? Sir, this is a non-smoking property. Please step out of my office.
There go my card. Let me tell you what's going to happen to you. You going to record me on your camera. You going to show your nieces and nephews. They going to know exactly who the fuck I am.
Step out of my office now.
You know why? Because your nieces and nephews niggas too. You don't even know it.
That's right. That's why you're walking around my office now.
Bitch, I'm walking out because I want to walk out. Don't make it seem like you got control of me walking out. You know I won. I won. Yeah, I won.
Yeah, we almost sent him in, dude. We almost hit him with the.
Damn, them shit be nasty. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord.
He's going back in. Hold on, let's do another OCDA. Some of them he doesn't get in. He usually, I'd say he gets in 90% of the episodes.
Hey, we're gonna have to issue next. Oh, you just popped up. You say the
Okay,
nigga.
come in.
Come on.
The camera cannot come in.
Well, stop inviting me in.
He's not gonna get in that one. He gets in. No, Eamon didn't do the chicken dance. Does he get in this one? Looks like he gets in. He's a comedian.
Will. Coming out here to go over a few complaints with you if you had a moment.
Sure.
Complaints and code compliance. Is there an office we can step in? Or?
Yeah, come on in.
Lost raid, let's go.
Code compliance regarding what?
Well, what we try to do, we try to remain unbiased in these
Hang with zeros
situations
in the
before we
chat,
make
yeah,
a
right.
determining factor who we want to let go or issue any fines to. So we just want to get your side of the story for our investigation.
Yeah, we
before
can't
the
use them
DEOC
anymore.
gets involved.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. You're gonna find out, buddy. This is thing. OCDA. Oh, I'm not even subscribed anymore. Oh, it sucks. I haven't watched them forever. You seen the one where he cussed out someone in a hospital? I haven't watched him forever. I showed him to Ben, and Ben and me were like crying during the Provo Canyon video. So a little timeline behind the scenes spoiler. We went into Eamon's office. We went into Eamon's office during the Provo Canyon video since we were already in Utah.
You're not recording me, right?
Nope. This is being recorded for quality assurance for our company records and transcript, but there is no audio. Our manager and CEO just need to see that we actually showed up and came and spoke with the person I was going to speak to. And what's your name? Cedric, agent representative with Occupational Cares Diversity Affairs. My ID number is 33712.
Pitching right lip. Diversity cares, diversity affairs.
Oh, well, for our company, we can. We override everything.
We override.
We override everything. And we didn't come here to see you. We came to see what you will.
I understand.
Wow.
Hold on, time out. Time out.
All right, so
Time out.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere yet.
Call a
Tupac Secure trial, murder trial day 3
You don't want to get the white ones that are too big.
is getting ready to come into.
Likes to kick black people out of their days, but lets the white slide. And it is a whole bunch
I'm
of
switching you
white
back and
people
forth because Sheldon is a great guy, man.
with occupational
He ain't reckless, man. I love these guys, man. It seems like these guys are. If they're right here, it seems like they're like family, man. It seems like it.
Says that every time.
I mean, look at me. I mean, I'm literally like I'm literally live streaming a live streamer who's reacting. I mean,
That's what you're not understanding.
right before I
Man,
cover
I'm trying to find one. He gets
Come on,
plenty
get out
where
here,
it's
Lee.
just
a big murder trial.
he gets
Who
in
does
and, like,
that?
actually gets the whole interview recorded a lot. But he's also he's a good comedian.
You know,
Nice.
I'm doing this. You know, and the only reason why I'm doing this is because
Okay, well, let me know how it goes. I'm gonna go in.
we officially got Brian his Legos back.
Oh, this
Is
is a
what he
different
titled
guy.
it.
No, I don't really want to watch this one.
Well, you already seen
Yeah,
that
you're right.
I went to BJC. You already seen that I went to BJC. And
Yes, he gets
Hey,
in
what
this
it
one.
do, man? This your boy Agent Rap. Good.
when I went to BJC,
Yeah, actually.
and they announced that they come to some kind of agreement, which
Arbitrator.
We want to let go.
I still ain't seen no judge signature on it. I ain't seen
They're totally anonymous, but we can read them off to you verbatim.
I didn't
So
see
like I told you,
Brian
we want to get you guys out of the store for high
actual
investigation.
have a statement or anything.
So right here it says they only promote Mexicans even though they have black employees that work there longer. They have a problem with black people talking on the floor.
Not
but
even
everybody
supposed to
else
be in
can
this
do it
place
all
at
day.
all.
Jonathan,
Mind
the
you guys, this is
supervisor,
just a made-up
only
company.
give out jobs to his friends and their family or somebody his long chin that has been fucking. Laura, another employee, and Kevin, the third shift supervisor, he don't know if he want to be a street nigga or a supervisor. Telling folks meet at the park, but
Oh,
running
you see the statements from Provo Canyon saying they're looking into legal action against Ben?
tell
Wow.
and get folks fired when somebody challenges.
Whew.
him. Dave, the maintenance guy, is a known racist, and he be watching people work like a creep. But since him and Randy, buddies, they let it slide. So what's you guys side of the story? Like, what's going on inside this warehouse?
I mean, we don't have any racism. or
Hard to
anything
be
like
funny
that.
after reading that
We
comment.
promote who applies and who is the best fit for that position.
And time out, and it just so happened not to be black. Because when we walked in, we did see a lot of Hispanics. We only see a few black people, and I guess they said it's a high turnover rate. All the black people are quitting because they don't see there's no possibility they can move up in this company.
So I've got two of my supervisors are black. My quality manager is black. I mean,
Other than
think
the car theft, that's pretty much it. I got like a...
and I've only got 3 supervisors.
So what do you think, why do you think they're coming up with these allegations? YouTube.
Ooh, shit. Chat, we got...
Oh, you've been working with it.
I have been here in December. will
Wee,
be
this is
5 years
intense.
for me.
5 years, and you,
For 7 years total. Started here in Conyers for about a year, and then I was doing installs. Then I've been back in here for 3 or 4 years as the plant manager.
Okay, now who is Jonathan and Laura? 'Cause
Okay, yeah, this is super funny. Ooh, big news. Give me 1 second, guys. We're gonna pull up. I'll be right back. I'll just be right back. So we'll go back to OCDA. But yeah, OCDA is super funny. Okay, so the program is now weighing action against him. The 30-year-old YouTuber posed as a teenager while a friend got a job at the Utah Youth Treatment Program. The hidden camera videos capture staff training and discussion of physical restraints. YouTuber Ben Schneider is 30 years old. Last winter, he posed as a teenager and convinced Purple Canyon School to abandon a student. In a new video to his Reckless Ben channel, Schneider says he stayed at the Utah Teen Treatment Program for 2 days before jumping a fence. Schneider and his friend Sheldon Norcross both brought small video cameras into the Utah program, the video shows. Schneider posed as a student while Norcross was hired as a mental health technician. Despite having a criminal history that would prevent him from passing a background check to work with young people, Yep. Technically, okay, only young people. I want to reiterate this. I'm not a felon. I did my time. I did second chance probation. I don't have a criminal record at all. Oh, spoiler alert, Provo. I've seen a lot of the raw footage. Yeah, none of that is out of context. Yeah. For about a month and described the program in his own YouTube video as actually hell on earth and disgusting. In recent months, state licensors have revoked licenses for both Provo Canyon school campuses in Springfield and in Provo, finding that staff use abusive discipline, unnecessary restraints, and humiliated kids. Is appealing, and it's possible the facilities could reopen if they prevail. The company said in a statement that it's evaluating appropriate action against Schneider based on the facts and applicable law. Schneider has already drawn attention in Utah through viral videos targeting bricks and minifigs. Sorry, guys. Schneider has already drawn attention in Utah through viral videos targeting bricks and minifigs, a Utah-based Lego resale company, over a disputed valuable Lego collection. His confrontations with the company and police have since led to criminal
Breaking news,
charges and
huh?
lawsuits. His hour-long YouTube video, which he posted on Saturday, shows clips that Norcross secretly captured the training he got after he was hired, telling new employees that they hold teenagers in physical restraints 250 to 300 times a month, and one staffer reminisced about a previous area at Provo Canyon School where we were, he said fooky, I don't think he said fucking, but slamming kids all over the place. Yeah, he did say, I mean, there's no context. Norcross recorded Provo Canyon school staff giving answers to applicants to pass a required exam to work in the mental health field, as well as several moments where trainers emphasized that Provo Canyon School is heavy in the media and recited Salt Lake Tribune headlines about other Utah STEAM treatment programs before telling new staff to not talk to reporters. And the videos showed staff made repeated negative comments about media personality Paris Hilton, who went to Provo Canyon School.
I love you.
Paris Hilton. Yeah, I hope so too. Maybe she could, help your boy out. I don't know. Hilton, and alleges she was abused there. Hilton wrote Tuesday in an Instagram story that Schneider's inside look at Provo Canyon School was so disturbing and said she was blown away by his efforts to show what was happening inside the program. Hearing the way staff talk about me only fuels me to keep shining light on the abuse and negligence that happens far too often in this industry, Hilton wrote. Universal Health Services purchased Provo Canyon School in 2000. It said in a statement Tuesday that it's aware of Schneider's video and the claims in it. The video presents a highly edited narrative that includes comments taken out of context, opinion, and conjecture, and does not provide a complete or accurate picture of the circumstances described. You let a kid in as an adult. I mean, what the fuck context? The company said isolated comments or claims without full context shouldn't be used to characterize the care provided to all patients of the practices. You bragged. You bragged about fucking slamming kids. I mean, what context? I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
The company confirmed that Norcross worked at Provo Canyon School during a probationary period, but said he did not work independently with clients. No, they weren't. But they said Norcross quit his job before they could fire him. No. UHS officials did not comment specifically on Schneider. He did not work independently with clients. That is a lie. I definitely did. I definitely did. There was no... I absolutely was able to escort kids to go to the lunchroom. I'd let them steal food from the lunchroom every day. I was absolutely allowed... that is a lie. UHS officials did not comment specifically on Schneider posing as a teenager and being admitted to Provo Canyon School. The video shows...
Wow.
Schneider, because he said, did not comment specifically. I bet they didn't. Schneider said he felt the program is more interested in having a paying client. UHS has shown it's willing to take content creators to court in early 2024. The company sued filmmaker and former YouTuber Rob Bliss after he similarly was hired at Provo Canyon School and tried to sneak in a camera. The federal lawsuit alleged that staff discovered Bliss was a content creator and he quickly quit the job. The company sued him to stop him from sharing the footage or making content based on what he had recorded within the program. Bliss initially fought the lawsuit, but he eventually agreed to a permanent injunction, agreeing to give up his footage and not publish anything he recorded at Provo Canyon School.
Yeah, but it's out.
He passed an initial criminal background check, but when Utah did its own background check a week later and said he was not, proper steps were followed. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. I thought they didn't do their diligence. Not really, they didn't. I mean, it's not like I was lying. They shouldn't have hired me. Okay, so that's intense. Whoo!
Wow.
Whoo-wee.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian got his Legos back. We're getting sued by United Health Services. Yes, we didn't show any sensitive information. Of course not. That was not our investigation was on the school, not the kids.
It says right here they fucking. And if people on this job having sexual intercourse, that is a conflict of interest.
Agreed. They are not in a relationship.
Why everybody think they fucking?
All right. At this moment, I'm gonna go on a quick bathroom break. Here, if the court comes into session, which I don't think it'll come into session any moment yet.
So I think I'm working for a company called AP, but I think the local. Yeah, yeah. Have a good one. Oh yeah, that's the I did. It's easier to pay. Have a good one. I don't have any on yesterday. I'll be here every day, so I'll try to get some, but yeah.
does wearing a hoodie keep you cool?
It's out in the sun and it's very like loose.
Okay.
So it lets air come through, but it keeps me from like the UV rays.
That's perfect. I see a lot of the younger generation having like a full-on sweatshirt on, and I'm like, is that somehow keeping them?
Despite the look, it does actually really well.
But this one makes sense. It's a little more lighter, and your
Yeah, if you're
position.
wearing a winter hoodie, that's a whole different.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's
And I'm like,
commitment to fashion there.
thank you.
No weird.
Did BAM rig the Salem franchise termination? Because Crystal Law just filed an amended complaint that makes one allegation really hard. BAM just settled with Brian Mansell, the man it accused of being part of a RICO enterprise. And according to BAM's own statement, it has promised to pay the Mansell family for their losses, apologize to him, and to dismiss Brian from the ongoing lawsuit. So what exactly happened here? How much did BAM pay? What did BAM learn during the mediation that apparently changed its position? And what does this settlement do to BAM's lawsuit against Reckless Ben? And maybe most importantly, what does it mean that Brian Mansell assigned his claims against Crystal Law to BAM, potentially putting BAM in a position to sue its former franchisee? Today, we're going through BAM's settlement statement and figure out what it actually means for Brian Mansell, Crystal Law, and for Reckless Ben. Hit that like and let's get into it. Okay, so let's get into it. Bricks and Minifigs just issued this statement a few minutes ago, noting resolution reached. Bricks and Minifigs and Mansell family settle consignment of rare collection through voluntary mediation. First thing I notice about this, no mention of Reckless Ben, and I don't think there's a mention of Reckless Ben anywhere in this agreement. This follows on some of the analysis I did before, where I said it looked to me like Brian Mansell may be closer to settlement than Reckless Ben. And sure enough, that's exactly what appears to have happened. There's no mention of Reckless Ben in here, and there is a mention of Crystal Law, but only by reference, not by name exactly. This is being published as a joint statement from Bricks and Minifigs and the Mansell family. And they say that on behalf of all the plaintiffs in the main civil suit, Bricks and Minifigs, the McNeffs, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, their company, and the Mansell family announced that they have reached a comprehensive and amicable resolution of the dispute involving the Mansell family's Lego Star Wars collection. They say that the Mansells confirm that they have been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement. Here's the important thing. that is in the past tense. That means BAM has already paid the Mansells. Part of the agreement, and we likely will never see the settlement agreement because it's probably under an NDA, a confidentiality agreement, and it will be unlikely to ever see the light of day to the rest of us. But what I suspect happened is that as part of the agreement for the settlement, before any public statement could be made, the Mansells likely insisted that they get paid first. The reason why I think that is because what Bricks and Minifigs most needs right now is for the bad publicity to stop, is for them to stop hemorrhaging the hate among their customer base and the world at large. They needed to make a public statement, and likely the Mansells held that over their head and would not permit any kind of public statement to be made until they already got paid. Now, the next thing that they say here is that the plaintiffs, so Bricks and Minifigs, the McNeffs, et cetera, are going to dismiss their lawsuit against Brian Mansell. Can they do that? Yes, because Brian Mansell has not yet responded to the complaint. And remember, last week or the week before, Brian Mansell requested an additional extension to the court for his time to respond to the complaint and asked for that to be set until early September. And I said at the time, I thought that signaled that the Mansells were close to settlement. And sure enough, they were. So here what's happened is because Brian Mansell has not yet responded, the plaintiffs are allowed to dismiss the claims against Brian Mansell at will. They just file a document. It'll likely be on the court docket sometime this week, and it will knock Brian Mansell out of the case. Now, behind the scenes, there's a settlement agreement controlling that. So there will have been terms that were agreed to, and we won't necessarily know what those terms are, but there will be terms that they agreed to governing the timing and the when and the how of that dismissal. Now, here is where the statement gets interesting, because Bricks and Minifigs is now going to try to flip the script and again pin the blame on someone else. So first, they acknowledge the Mansells arose in part from the sale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. So they are calling Crystal Law out without saying her name specifically, but here's the part that they couldn't escape. The words in part. So in other words, they're admitting that even if they have a gripe against Crystal Law, that's not 100% of the problem. They're admitting that there is, without saying the admission, they're quietly admitting that there was other wrongdoing. And the next part I found really interesting because they say that Brian Mansell has assigned to BAM his claims under the original consignment contract. It's not exactly clear what this means. First off, if you've watched part 1 of Reckless Ben's video, Brian Mansell already assigned part of his consignment rights to Reckless Ben and to several of the other people helping Reckless Ben. So it's not clear exactly what this means. One thing that is clear, and it comes in the second sentence, Bricks and Minifigs may elect to pursue these claims against those responsible. Now, here's the crazy thing. BAM is going to try to bring counterclaims against Crystal Law. Crystal Law, last week on Friday, filed claims against Bricks and Minifigs alleging that they had engaged in civil RICO conspiracy violations, and she's seeking up to $1 million in damages. So Bricks and Minifigs is now trying to get some leverage here by saying that they have been assigned Brian Mansell's claims. And it's not exactly clear what that is, but the reason why they're doing that is so that they have some kind of bullet to fire against Crystal Law. Whether that will be successful is completely unclear at this point because, as I said, Brian Mansell already assigned part of his ownership rights to Reckless Ben. So it's not, you can't assign something that's already been assigned. We don't exactly know what that looks like here. And again, more blame placing here. BAM recognizes that the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store. Here's the kicker. And during the transition from the former operator to the replacement franchisees. Now, remember when Bricks and Minifigs said they had separated themselves from Josh Johnson and Brandon Best? I suspected at the time that that was a load of bull excrement, and I think it still is bull excrement. Bricks and Minifigs continues to circle the wagons around Brandon Best and Josh Johnson, even though they're trying to make it sound like they're not, but they're saying, well, it's really the fault of the former operator of the store, and it was really just the transition from the former operator. No mention of the fact that Bricks and Minifigs sent Brandon Best late at night after the store was closed to essentially take over the store. No mention that they cut her out of the inventory system, refused to allow her to print up the slips. No mention that they refused to even discuss with her the consignment agreement, simply passing it off and saying that's something that we'll handle, and then they didn't. They're now just trying to say that it's all Crystal Law's fault. And I think Crystal Law has gone on record as saying perhaps the record keeping wasn't as precise or crystallized, no pun intended, as she would have liked. But keep in mind what happened. She wasn't expecting the store to be shut down so suddenly. She wasn't expecting to have her store taken over. I'm sure that given time, this all happened in November, I'm sure that given time by the end of the year, she would have likely sat down with Brian Mansell and they would have sorted it all out. She hadn't had that meeting with Brian, and instead the store was suddenly taken from her, and Bricks and Minifigs refused to let her continue to have access to the records she needed to sit down with the Mansells. None of that is mentioned in this statement. They are simply trying to pass blame. The problem they have is that we've all seen the store footage. We all know what happened. They cannot run from that. They cannot run from the many statements of Josh Johnson, and even now from the statements that have come out about Brandon Best, about what they've said about the store, about the allegations from their own employees to the police that Brandon Best and Josh Johnson directed them to remove stickers from the Brian Mansell collection so that they could conceal which sets actually belonged to Brian Mansell. None of that is stated here, and none of that is admitted to in this statement. So ultimately, what does this settlement with the Mansells mean? Well, before we get into that, if I could humbly ask you to hit the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. We are trying to grow the channel. We've only been around for about 2 months, and we're trying to build a channel and a community where we can deliver to you news about interesting legal cases, but distill them in a way that non-lawyers can understand. And that's the whole point of this channel, and if you can subscribe, I would really appreciate it. It will help us grow that channel and continue that mission. So the first question I think everyone's probably asking, how much did BAM pay Brian Mansell? Well, we don't know. That's going to have been part of the settlement agreement, but like I said before, that settlement agreement is likely got confidentiality provisions that will prevent the Mansells and all the parties to the settlement from discussing the exact terms. So we won't know unless there's a leak what was actually paid to the Mansells. All we know is that there was an amount paid, that it has already been paid, and that the Mansells are satisfied with that amount. And we know that because if they were not, they would not have reached the settlement. Second most important question, what about Reckless Ben? Well, there's no change to his status. Reckless Ben is still being sued by these people. He still has a response to that complaint coming up in a few weeks, and I still suspect that if they do not settle before then, that Reckless Ben will file motions to dismiss under the anti-SLAPP statutes in Utah, possibly other bases for motions to dismiss. He may also respond to the complaint by filing counterclaims, but typically you don't do both of those things at the same time. You do one or the other, and I've thought for a long time that it's going to be motions to dismiss. So Reckless Ben is still in this case. He is still in the fight, and he is still considering counterattacks against Bricks and Minifigs and their cohorts. And as another question, what changed? Why did Bricks and Minifigs, after suing Brian Mansell and trying to seek over $1 million in damages from him and the other defendants, accusing him of being part of a civil RICO conspiracy, why settle now? Well, I suspect that Bricks and Minifigs is really feeling the heat from its decisions. They chose, rather than to work this out with Brandon Mansell, They chose the hard way. And I think they are living with the consequences of that decision. And I think that pressure, the pressure their franchisees are feeling, the publicity, the negative publicity they've been getting, all forced them to come to the table. Do we know where the Legos actually went? And yes, I call them Legos, right or wrong. I've always called them Legos. I'm an old man. I was born in the 1900s. You can call me Unc, but I've called them Legos since I was 3 years old. I will always call them Legos. Do we know where the Legos went? No, not publicly. I don't know if that was part of the settlement discussions. The settlement statement does mention that there was information exchanged. And so it's unclear if we, or if the Mansells, really know what happened to the Legos. However, I've always suspected that those Legos are no longer in the store, at least the full value of them are no longer in the store. And so the best that could be done is a monetary value placed and that monetary value given to the Mansells, which is apparently what happened. Another important question, is BAM preparing to sue Crystal Law? Well, they're already in a lawsuit. Crystal Law has sued Bricks and Minifigs. That lawsuit has been around for several months. Last Friday, she expanded that suit by suing Bricks and Minifigs for civil RICO, alleging that they are operating a RICO enterprise. And yes, I think that Bricks and Minifigs is likely preparing counterclaims against Crystal at this point. Otherwise, why include the statement that they were assigned whatever rights Brian Mansell still had to Bricks and Minifigs? The only purpose I see for that is because they want to try to balance the table and, like I said before, get a bullet that they can fire at Crystal Law. That doesn't mean a real bullet. We're talking about proverbial legal bullets. They need counterclaims of their own. Just as I suspect ultimately Reckless Ben will be bringing counterclaims into this case for the injuries he suffered, for the lies, the allegations that were said about him, accusing him of being an arsonist, for example. I suspect Reckless Ben will bring counterclaims against Bricks and Minifigs to level that playing field. And I think Bricks and Minifigs really needs something to try to balance the playing field in their suit against Crystal, because the RICO allegations she brought were extensively laid out, extensively pled and alleged, and supported with a lot of facts. And they're going to need something to balance that out. Does this settlement mean that Bricks and Minifigs concedes that the consignment agreement was good? I'm not sure. They have agreed to pay and have paid Brian Mansell, but one of the claims that Bricks and Minifigs may still try to float as a counterclaim is that that consignment agreement was not valid, and that Crystal Law and Ben Gorman enriched themselves at Bricks and Minifigs' expense by engaging in it. I don't know how strong that argument is, because on the flip side, I think the consignment agreement is and the silence of my they have indeed paid out the shadows creeping slow. There is some tacit concession of validity but the man I see is low. The extent to which all of this will come in under the lawsuit that Crystal Law has is not clear. I suspect a lot of it will come in as evidence. The specifics of this and this is a statement by a party opponent, so under evidence law, it's not hearsay. It could come in. However, the subject matter of this may be considered not relevant because there are prevailing public policy concerns. We typically want to encourage, in our system of law, we want to encourage private settlement of parties. And so oftentimes, statements of settlement are not deemed to have what's called probative value going forward. So there's a lot of things that will be balanced out. It's too early now to say what extent this settlement will be allowed to come in. I do think that behind the scenes, Crystal Law and Ben Gorman can and should seek discovery into the details of this settlement agreement. They can do so under federal rules of civil procedure. We, the public, won't know what those things are. That will be exchanged in discovery, so only the litigants to that case will see it. We, the public, will not see it, but they can see it, and they will be able to better assess the extent to which it helps them in their litigation. Let's talk about Reckless Ben. Does this settlement help? Well, let's focus on the big picture first. Reckless Ben has always said that he was in this to get the Mansells the money that they deserve. He has now accomplished that. Mission achieved. So from that angle, he's won. Reckless Ben and Brian Mansell are the big winners today. But what does it mean for his actual ongoing lawsuit? Does it help or hurt him? Well, I think it's neutral to a little bit bad for Ben. Not a lot, but obviously the most sympathetic person in this whole story was Brian Mansell. Brian Mansell was clearly wrong from the beginning, and Ben came in to help him. Because Brian Mansell is no longer part of the case, there's a little bit of sympathy that that is lost in translation. That the jury won't be having their heartstrings pulled as much trying to get Brian Mansell help because he's already been helped, and so you lose a little bit of that narrative momentum, I guess I would say. However, this story has gotten so much bigger than just the Mansells. It has touched on corporate corruption, government corruption, and police misconduct. And so I think this story is going to continue on for a while. There's going to continue to be twists and turns. And so at the end of the day, I think Reckless Ben is still the big winner, even though some of the narrative emotional impact at his future trial, if there is a trial, might be lost. I also think that is a trade-off that Reckless Ben would be happy to make any day of the week. And finally, do I think Reckless Ben's involvement in this case helped bring about this resolution? 100%. Without Reckless Ben jumping into this, Brian Mansell and his family never would have gotten this relief. There would have never been a GoFundMe. They never would have been able to finance lawyers to fight this fight. And they absolutely never would have gotten the public attention on this case that was so necessary to forcing Bricks and Minifigs into a settlement. So at the end of the day, I think Reckless Ben is not only the big winner, I think he's also the big hero in today's story. I also think Bricks and Minifigs, for their part, while I'm glad that they have finally come to their senses, it should not have taken almost 2 years for them to do so. And only after tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers were spent in a pointless, unnecessary fight. Through this story, Bricks and Minifigs and its owners have revealed themselves to be uncaring, heartless individuals, in my opinion. And I don't think this settlement in any way changes that. I do not think they reached this settlement out of the goodness of their heart, whatever they may say. I do not think that their apology is heartfelt, whatever they may say, because their actions have always spoken louder than their words. And their actions have always spoken that they want to fight this fight, that they were not willing to help the Mansell, and they were forced into this by the shadows creeping slow. And when I say that I think they are part of the caring, I've got a video that I'll link in this one that talks about all of the statements Josh Johnson and Brandon Best have made to the police, what their employees have said to the police, and it really paints a horrific picture of if you get a chance, please watch that. And finally, what do you think? How do you think today played out for Brian Mansell? Is Reckless Ben the big winner? Do you think Bricks and Minifigs is a winner or a loser? What are your thoughts on this settlement? Let me know in the comments below, because I'd really like to hear from you. I try to read all the comments. I try to respond to as many as I can. And I really love engaging with you all as we grow this channel. And that's it for today, folks. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you all soon. Bye-bye. Did Bam rig?
Memories of failures on light posts in the night. Feel walls on my words, shutting out the light. You whisper through the pain, try to remember. Sadness, coke I can't.
all right. Let's giddy up, y'all. We're getting into this. Day three of the Keefe D. Tupac Shakur murder trial, day 3. Test, test, test. I hope y'all can hear me. I hope y'all can hear me. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Big news on the bricks and minifigs. The settlement between bricks and minifigs and Brian Mansell apparently is official. I didn't see no signatures or judge signage, but I mean, they did do a statement, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. So, coming to you straight from the courthouse in Nevada. Nevada versus Dwayne Davis, Keefe D, in the Tupac Shakur murder trial, day 3. We have seen day 1. We've seen day 2. Not impressed. So far, there's nothing. They're telling the story that we all know. Throughout 30 years. It pretty much is just been toggling that whole scenario. And not one part of it is pointing towards Keefe D directly. Look at her hair. Nice curly hair.
Okay, back on record, State versus Davis, C377407. Looks like we have the jury lined up. Anything we need to address before we bring them in?
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam?
Yeah, we do have one request of the court. I understand that the state will be putting on a witness that actually has a medical appointment back in California tomorrow.
Okay.
And so as a result, I would like to be able to do my cross after they present all of their direct evidence, which would include the recording that will be played with regards to an interview with Mr. Davis. But I'd like to do that at the end instead of in the middle like we did yesterday or the other day with Detective Miller. There were questions I wanted to ask Detective Miller that I just couldn't do after the recording had been played, and so I understand that this Detective Dupree, would be in California tomorrow for the appointment. I just would.
So you would rather, so you understand that he's going to be back in California, but you still want to do it via Zoom?
Sure, yeah, because I don't want to miss the disappointment on.
So no objection to him doing it via Zoom, but you want the state to present all of the information that they're presenting through him, and then you do your cross?
Yes.
Okay. I think we can accommodate that, right, State?
Well, I mean, there is approximately 5 hours worth of recordings with him. Once it's into evidence, our choice to play it, whether he's on the stand or not, is when we decide to play it during the trial. I explained to Detective Dupree that I planned to do my direct and his cross-examination today because I knew that he had to be out of here.
Okay.
I don't think he'd be opposed to subject to recall with Mr. Sant if he wants to go by, and would come back on by Zoom. But I am opposed to the idea that they're going to control the way we present our evidence. We'll do direct, we'll do cross. If there's anything he wants to additionally have from Detective Dupree, I don't think that he would necessarily be opposed to getting on a Zoom in his case.
All right. Do you guys want to talk to him real quick to see if he can be recalled? If there's something that needs to be done after everything's presented?
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I heard the state basically say that they don't want me to dictate how they want to present the case. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying.
You're not stipulating that they can play it outside.
Look, I mean,
like,
this
with the
is
other
a
witness.
matter of professional courtesy. I would definitely allow him to go back to California to do what he's doing. But he's on the stand. Technically, he's not supposed to be released until after the court releases him from the subpoena. And so as a result, if you want to play that game, then I would want him to stay here overnight so he can at least be cross-examined by me. I just was trying to be nice about it by doing it the other way, but it seems now like I have to recall this person. I don't trust anyone disappearing the wind. I don't care if he's a detective. Like, in my opinion, I got a problem with that.
Well, yeah, but once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's our choice as to when to play it and how to play it. And so, like, I'm not getting dictated how we do that. If he's done with cross, if he's going to delay cross and keep him on the stand long enough, he's free to play it during this cross-examination if he wants to. Once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's admitted, right? And
Right.
so I'm going to lay
if
the
you're going
foundation.
to have him verify it and then not play it until closings or something, that's your prerogative.
Or I could just, on Friday decide we're going to play, because we have hours and hours and hours of audio to play, and just having somebody sitting on the stand for audio is not necessary. I can present it in any manner I want to. It just doesn't require the witness to be here to listen to it.
And
once
so it
it's
sounds
admitted.
like what Mr. Sant is saying is he has no objection to you doing your direct and then playing it without him being here, and then he would like to do his cross tomorrow. So I was just going to see if...
I just don't think we'll be through it by tomorrow. I think it may be, because we have a witness coming tomorrow, so we may be breaking up 2008 and then later on playing 2009. So I don't know when that's going to happen in our presentation of the evidence.
I understand that.
Kind of the issue that we're having, because we're really juggling a lot of out-of-state witnesses because nobody was in Vegas when this crime occurred.
So, Mr. Sant, what I'll do is after you listen to when the state is done with their direct, and they've admitted what they want to admit, and they say that they're done, I'll turn to you, and you can let me know if you want to cross-examine now, or if you want to ultimately recall him on your own for your presentation. And if, well,
There's a little bit of a regret with regards to Detective Miller, and I do understand there were some audio-visual problems with his connection, right, in terms of his... There were questions that I look back and listening to this video or this audio that I should have asked him that I didn't ask him. I do not want to fall into that same regret with regards to Detective Dupree. So I just know that there will be questions.
do you want me to ask then? I guess I was just trying to get somebody to figure out if he would be available at a later time for recall. That's all I'm trying to do at this point, so that I can see what my options are.
I'd be happy to go out and talk. I think he's in the back.
So if you guys want to talk to him and see if he has a time afterwards, I understand your concern. I understand your point that we can just admit it and play it at closings, essentially. We don't, once something's admitted, you can play it whenever you want. That is true. You also may have questions that get formulated after the item is presented. So let's see if there's a possibility for him to be recalled at all at any point. I have no problem with doing that, but I don't know if he's available.
Yes, ma'am.
So go check with him, and then we can come up with a plan.
Okay.
Sure.
Getting the witnesses in order is a key. It's always a key. And everybody has schedules. Interrupting people's lives, medical procedures, and so forth is a very important thing. You know, but by law, you know, you got to, you know, they're there under oath, and they got to stay there to do their presentation. A man is there for murder. He is being charged for murder. A man's life can be in the hands, at stake. Now, a scheduling conflict is definitely can be a, you know, a thing that is not a fair thing. One sec, I'm gonna close up my camera 1 second.
Detective Dupree has agreed to be available Friday morning. If Mr. Sant has any additional questions by way of Zoom, we figure by then we'll be through the two statements.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, perfect. So looks like that's been resolved. Let's bring the jury in.
Captain Jury.
All right. Here we go with the trial, man. The trial.
Do the parties sit with the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for accommodating me as we started a little bit later. I appreciate your time. At this time, we are still in the state's case in chief. Who's your next witness, Mr.
Wade Lee.
Okay.
And my butt is hurting so much. I don't know if it's my cushion.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Wade Lee, W-A-D-E-L-E-E.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. DeJochmo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Okay, let me just get the clerk the next three in order. I know we're kind of messed up, but the next three. Sir, back in the 90s, how were you employed?
I was a special agent with the FBI.
How long were you with the FBI?
25 years.
And when did you start?
May of 1996.
May of 1996?
Yes.
You haven't been retired that long, actually.
5 years.
I want to direct your attention to the 1997, 1998 time period. What was your assignment? What were you doing for the FBI at that time?
I was assigned to a squad that was working a Safe Streets Task Force. I was on basically the Violent Crimes Major Offenders program, working gangs in South Central LA.
You said Project Safe Street, and that's a federal task force that has multi-agency people on it?
Yes, that's correct. The way it was generally organized, there were several squads in LA, the LA division of the FBI, that were assigned to different regions of the area, the territories. My squad was assigned to the Watts area of Los Angeles, South Central.
And as part of your duties, did you have a partner by the name of Agent Holiday?
Yeah, Todd Holiday, yes.
Did there come a point in time when the two of you, along with other members of your squad, begin an investigation into a criminal street gang by the name of Grape Street?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Grape Street is?
Grape Street, the Grape Street Crips was a large gang organization that operated out of the Jordan Downs housing projects in Watts. It was basically believed to be the largest Crip set in all of America. Our squad was working the violent aspects and drug dealing aspects of that organization.
As part of your investigation into Grape Street, did you come across a person that you identified as Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and describe something he's wearing?
It's the gentleman sitting in at the defendant's table with the blue shirt and tie.
And how is it that you came across Mr. Davis?
During the course of our investigation with Grape Street, when you're looking at the organization, there was numerous techniques that we used for investigating, whether it was informants, wiretaps, surveillance, active interviews, and things of that nature. During the course of that interview, Mr. Davis kind of came under the umbrella under the course of our investigation of one of his associate family members by the individual of the name Rodney Blackman.
And did Rodney have a nickname?
Speedy.
During the time period that you're doing this investigation, well, let me ask you this. As part of Project Safe Streets, as well as being assigned to the Watts area, were you aware of the various gang sets and their
Yeah, I mean, while our squad was working that investigation on Grape Street, you always would have crossover in other areas. For example, in Watts, there were 3 main housing project areas. Each of them you had fairly prominent gang organizations, as well as gangs that came up from the Compton area and other parts of South Central Los Angeles. So there was usually crossover, whether it's from drug activity or other sort of gang violence, things like that.
And you mentioned one of them, the Jordan Downs.
Yes.
What type of housing, what type of gang activity was going on in the Jordan Downs?
So Grape Street Crips operated out of Jordan Downs housing projects, and they basically controlled that whole housing project as far as the drug trafficking, violent activity, and things of that nature.
If somebody were hiding out from blood gang members hunting him, and he was a Crip, obviously, would it be safe for him to be inside the Jordan Downs?
Yeah, from other rival gangs and things of that nature, yes. generally speaking.
You mentioned that Mr. Davis had a cousin, I'm going to call Speedy. At some point, do you wind up learning information that allows you to arrest Mr. Davis for some criminal offenses?
Yes, we were part of our investigation while we were up on Mr. Blackman. There was a period of time when Mr. Davis actually was staying with Blackman. It was actually after the Tupac Shakur murder. During the course of our investigation of the Grape Street Crips and of Blackman and things like that, we were able to obtain information and evidence to develop a case against Mr. Davis.
And can you just describe the general allegations of the case?
It was drug trafficking, 2 kilos. He was indicted and arrested for selling 2 kilos of cocaine.
And the type of evidence you had against Mr. Davis, what was it?
Most of it was telephone conversation intercepts from wiretaps, court-authorized wiretaps.
And based upon the charges, ultimately, do you indict Mr. Davis for some crimes related to drug trafficking?
Yes, he was indicted, arrested, and then eventually pled guilty.
The type of sentence Mr. Davis was facing when he was indicted, what kind of ranges are we talking for those kind of charges?
I believe it was around somewhere in the nature of 10 years initially, but it varies depending on individuals' prior criminal history, whether they were felony convictions, drug trafficking offenses, and things of that nature. It also varies depending on the type of drug that the individual might have been accused of trafficking. Back then, and at that time period, the federal sentencing guidelines, there was a difference in sentencing for rock cocaine, crack cocaine versus regular powder cocaine and things of that nature. And he was indicted for trafficking 2 kilos of powder cocaine.
As part of that investigation, does there come a point in time when you do what's known as a proffer with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a proffer is.
So a proffer interview session would be, it's usually considered, it's a fairly common practice, particularly in the federal criminal justice system, where we have an individual who's been indicted and arrested, and it sort of is the beginning of a negotiation for a plea agreement, if you will. What we do is the U.S. Attorney's Office, the defendant's attorney, they all agree that to conducting an interview with the FBI. The terms of that agreement are such that the defendant has to be open and candor, tell the truth regarding the questions that we ask him. In return, the FBI, Department of Justice, will not use what the defendant says in that proffer session against him in this case, in chief that we have him charged with. There's a couple little caveats. One being that if during trial the defendant goes on to make statements that contradict what he said in that proffer session, at that point it violates it, and we can use his statements against him. Those are generally in nature. And then we agree to keep the nature of the interview confidential.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Okay. The things we cannot hear. Well, I mean, these are all certain kind of agreements that are made that said and cannot be said. I mean, it is impressive to see that these people are, after 30 years, still on top of this.
All right, Mr. Duffman, you may proceed.
When you had your 1998 proffer with Mr. Davis, well, first of all, were you
I don't
by
know if my
yourself,
chat is
or
going to
were
pop
there,
up on
did
screen.
you have
So, I mean,
your
if somebody
partner,
would say
Todd
hey
Holliday,
or
with you?
something.
Todd Holiday attended, as well as Assistant United States Attorney, along with the attorney for Mr. Davis, who were also there.
And what was his name?
If I refer to by.
Well, I have what's marked as State Proposed Exhibit 46. I know you got a copy
Okay.
there.
That's fine.
How about we use the one that I have marked, and I'll take these back from you.
Would reviewing those notes refresh your recollection as to the name of his attorney?
Yes, Edie Fall.
Okay, after reviewing that, has your recollection been refreshed?
Oh, yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And it's Edie Fall?
Yes.
Understood. You may proceed.
First of all, let me ask this. Up until you were contacted sometime this year, have you maintained the confidentiality of this conversation that you have with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And as far as you're aware, your partner Todd Holliday also maintained the confidentiality of it.
Yes, as far as I know.
And before you hit the stand today, or sometime last week or the week before, or at some point, the United States or the U.S. Attorney's Office issued a letter authorizing you to testify to these two conversations you had with Mr. Davis.
Yes, referring to the TUI letter, yes.
And that's a requirement that state prosecutors have to get permission from the federal government to allow you as an agent or former agent to testify to actions you took in your official capacity as a federal law enforcement officer.
Yes, regarding those two interviews, yes.
How is your proffer with Mr. Davis documented?
Usually, we use the standard FBI reporting mechanism, which is a FD 302 report.
And that is essentially a report that lays out the information you received. There's no audio recording of that particular conversation.
That's correct.
And is there a FBI 302 of what's in front of you? And I forgot the number. Is it 146?
146.
Chat, I would have to
Is that a fair and accurate copy of
let
the
you know that
description of the conversation
you see me wiggling around.
that you were part of with Mr. Davis on July 16th of 1998?
I'm in quite a bit of pain. I'm going to have
Yes, it
to
is.
Move to admit
a bit up really early
146.
this morning.
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, I'm not going to have you go through everything.
So I'm going to take a
that
pain med.
was in there, but what is your purpose in talking to
So if I
Mr.
zone out.
Davis in the proffer session?
Well, the purpose is to glean as much information as we can regarding what he knew or knew at the time regarding gang, drug, violent activity going on within the Watts and Compton areas.
Were you investigating directly, at least, the Tupac Shakur murder?
Not directly, like it wasn't. We weren't assigned. We were working our normal gang activity investigations. However, it was known to us that he was a person of interest. Mr. Davis was a person of interest regarding that homicide.
And so during this proper session, you asked him questions about that as well.
Yes, we did.
I'm going to go through 146 in front of you, and actually I can roll it up here on the screen for you.
Guys, if I go out camera, I'm gonna take meds. I'm paying attention.
It would
Trust me.
help if I plugged the computer in. So that's what the front page of this 302 says. Is confidential and has the date and a description of who the people that are present for this particular proffer are.
That's correct.
The very first part of the interview, and let's close that. There, you have a discussion with Mr. Davis about an individual called Zip. Tell us what he tells you about this individual Zip initially.
Initially, that Zip was an individual from New York who was a pimp who controlled girls, numerous girls, sold marijuana. He did just mention that Zip was involved in PCP trafficking, and that Davis at one point arranged for an individual by the name of Patrick Bernard to give Zip some PCP. So Zip came from New York to LA to conduct the transaction.
And did he also mention how he met Zip?
Yes, he said he met Zip at a baseball game somewhere in approximately 1993 or 94. There was an individual named Fats who was also at the game that introduced Davis to Zip.
And then he talks to you a little bit about who Fats is.
Yeah, Fats was a large cocaine supplier who operated in the west side of LA. He was also known as Flint. Davis associated with Fats prior to 1994, up until basically the time, I guess, where Fats was arrested and taken into federal custody.
Let's skip past some Fats. There's a part of this conversation, a person by the name of Wayne Day comes up. Do you know who Wayne Day is?
Yes, Wayne Day was actually arrested by the squad that I worked on, the Safe Street Task Force. He was a large-scale drug dealer, drug trafficker in the Watts area of Compton with Grape Street Crips.
And does Davis describe his relationship as it relates to Mr. Day?
Yes, there was. He mentioned that they were related. That Davis had an uncle who was the uncle of Wayne Day. Is how he described it.
And then there's a conversation in this next paragraph where Mr. Davis makes mention of Mr. Day having Compton sewn up. What does sewn up mean?
Well, in terms of having control of all the drug trafficking in that specific area, and actually, there was agents mentioned to him and said that Wayne Day had Compton sewn up, and Mr. Davis said actually that he had part of Compton sewn up, that he didn't have the south side part that Davis operated in.
And then does he tell you what his role is in the south side part of Compton as it relates to drug trafficking?
When you say he, you're referring to
Mr. Davis, sorry.
That Mr. Davis had that side of Compton handled as far as the drugs.
And did he talk to you about who handled the north side of Compton?
Yes, he did. It was an individual who was a former Compton PD officer by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
I'm going to drop down a little bit here to the part where he talks to you about both him and Mr. Blackman being major suppliers in the Jordan Downs housing project in Watts.
That's correct.
And then he begins to talk to you about the start of Death Row Records.
Yeah. Again, that was all part of the, overall investigations that we were looking at as far as the gang activity and things of that nature. And he mentioned there was an individual by the name of Harry O that provided money to start the Death Row Records. Also, what's his name? I believe Patrick Johnson provided approximately $80,000. Actually told Davis to give $80,000 that money that Davis owed to Johnson from previous gang transactions to Johnson's girlfriend, so that money could be used to start Death Row Records.
And he also explains Marion Suge Knight's role and his connection to the Blood gang members.
Yes, he did. He said that Marion Knight had gained control of the North Compton drug trade, and that he was associated with a bunch of the Blood Street gang members, like the Mob Pyrus and such. And they were, getting, the Knight was getting them in and out of, getting them out of jail, bailing them out, and they would cooperate with Knight.
And basically, when Knight goes to prison, he tells you Reggie Wright kind of takes over.
Yeah, Reggie Wright Jr. took over the organization after Suge Knight was arrested.
You already mentioned Harry O, but Davis claims to actually be involved in the delivery of some of the money associated with the startup of Death Row Records.
Yes.
Jump down. I'm going to start. You see at the top there. You asked him about his prior relationship with Mr. Knight prior to the murder of Tupac Shakur. You see that paragraph there?
Yeah. I mean, Davis said that he told us that he never had any issues with Suge Knight or any of those individuals prior to the incident in Vegas with the killing of Mr. Shakur.
And Mr. Davis goes on, and I'm going to skip down just a little bit, but he basically accuses two Compton Police Department officers, Sergeant Reynolds and Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr., the father of Reggie Wright Jr., is basically
Bear with me, y'all.
officers.
I'm in pain.
Yes. Yeah. That Reggie Wright Sr. was a lieutenant with Compton Police Department, and then Reggie Wright Jr. was a former officer with the police department. He had then started a company called Rightway Security, and then he was working with Suge Knight and Blood, doing security, although some claimed it wasn't on an official capacity, for Death Row Records, looking at their parties and such and things like that. And they would, Rightway Security, they would employ Compton PD officers and things of that nature to conduct their business for Mr. Knight.
And he also mentions Omar Bradley. Who's Omar Bradley?
Omar Bradley is former mayor of Compton, the city of Compton. He mentions Mr. Bradley saying that he was associated with Knight and the other Blood Pirate gang members.
Skip through the part. Top of page 4, he provides information, or at least asserts that Reggie Wright Jr. is distributing drugs out of a particular location, and even names some people that are helping with that.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Had a drug distribution location, an auto body shop called Untouchables, that was located at the corner of Alondra and Washington in the city of Compton. There was the shop was owned by an individual by the name of Melvin Hurd, and then Hurd, a guy by the name of G. Ray and Jim helped distribute cocaine from the shop.
He also mentions some people that work for Reggie Wright Jr. and assisting in the cocaine distribution.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. had an individual by the name of Mob James, who was a member of the Mob Piru street gang, individual named Flip, who distributed out of a shop location on Compton Boulevard, and Harris. There was an individual known as Buntry, but we at the time we wrote it out as Bumptree, but we believe that actually was an individual known as Buntry Al, or
Alton McDonald?
Yes.
Buntry, B-U-N-T-R-Y?
Yes. Alton McDonald, who was the brother of Mob James, which is James McDonald. Also another individual named Trayvon Lane, who was a Mob Pirate gang member, and then Kevin Woods.
And then they can kind of read this themselves, but at some point he talks about an incident that occurs at a neighborhood mall involving a person named Marcus. What does he tell you about that?
Yeah, this was a few weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. This individual, Marcus, who was a Southside Crip, was at a mall by himself. Several Blood street gang members attacked him and started beating him up. Then an individual, Mr. Orlando Anderson, who was the cousin or nephew of Mr. Davis, observed what was happening and went in to help Marcus, and they beat up and fended off the other gang members.
And then he moves on to describe the incident at the MGM casino the night of Mr. Shakur's murder.
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He told us the day of the murder of Tupac Shakur that the Blood Street members, some Blood Street gang members saw at night. They saw Orlando Anderson. They attacked him because of the previous incident at the mall. After the attack, Mr. Davis, Anderson, Orlando Anderson, and their girlfriends went back up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Hotel, and he said that was it. They didn't have any involvement. They stayed in the room the rest of the night.
He tells you that the room was in Anderson's name.
Yeah, the room was in Anderson's name. That they had driven up to Vegas from the LA area in a Land Cruiser, and that they had some other associates, Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, aka Bubble Up, Big Dre, and Wynn also traveled to Las Vegas. They stayed at the MGM.
And he repeatedly denies to you knowing who killed Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, he said they didn't have any knowledge of what happened, that they weren't involved. He did later speculate that maybe it was some Compton police officers that were working for Suge Knight, and that maybe it was because he had heard that Tupac was talking about possibly leaving Death Row Records or something to that effect. But
his suggestion was that perhaps Knight, who's driving the car, had Compton police officers shoot Tupac in the car Suge's driving.
Yes, something to that effect.
I'm going to keep rolling down here. He gets back at page 5 to talking about Zip. So how does he tell you? Well, he talks about Zip and how he becomes associated with the Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, he said that back in 93, 94, Zip introduced Davis to Notorious B.I.G. at Summer Jam concert. And Davis would associate with Notorious B.I.G. when he was in LA area, but they never had any drug connections or anything like that.
He tells you that he was actually at the Peterson Automotive Museum the night Mr. Wallace was killed.
That's correct, yes.
And that he saw some, at least people associated with Death Row Records, at that location.
Yeah, he told us that prior to that, the night of the murder, Davis observed some females associated with Death Row Records at the party. He said, like Jewel, a singer, Lachelle, a comedian for Death Row, and Davis believes that they saw Mr. Wallace at the event, and then called Blood gang members to come. Davis did say he observed Reggie Wright Jr. and DJ Quick, who was a performer for Death Row, Theo, a local disc jockey, and about 10 or 11 other Treetop, Fruitown Blood gang members arrived at the event. Davis told Mr. Wallace that they were to watch, that they were there and they should watch out. And then shortly thereafter, Mr. Wallace was shot. But Davis wasn't there; he didn't see who actually shot him.
But once again, he tells you that he believes that Reggie Wright Jr. and Blood gang members are the people that killed Mr. Wallace.
Yes, he said he believed that Reggie Wright Jr. and the Blood gang members associated with him were the ones responsible for killing Notorious B.I.G. When asked who the individual was who actually killed him, based off of there was a composite drawing that was that had been provided and was kind of passed around, so we showed him that. Davis responded that the composite looked just like Reggie Wright Jr.
Do you remember the day that you arrested Mr. Davis on the indictment?
Yes.
What day was it?
So now,
I believe it was May 20th.
showing that he snitched on Ridgewood Jr.
Was it the day before the Orlando Anderson's killed in his own shootout
Yes.
in California?
Yes.
And Mr. Davis talks to you a little bit about that without going into the specifics, but he talks to you a little bit about how Mr. Anderson wound up dying.
Yes, he did.
And thereafter, and I'm not going to go through all of these, he initially denies distribution out of state, but eventually talks to you about a lot of different locations engaged in distributing cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him to discuss all the individuals out of state who he supplied cocaine to, and all the local individuals he supplied and distributed to. He initially said that he hadn't distributed out of state to anyone or knew of anyone who did it within the last 3 years, but then he went through and we started asking about specific individuals, and he would provide more details and information about who he had supplied and what he had supplied and sort of the details.
One of the people he talks about is Primo.
Yes. Primo was an individual that he bought cocaine from, like his supplier of kilos of cocaine, anywhere from 11,500 to 12,500 a kilogram. Primo fronted Davis one point at like 200 kilos of cocaine at a time, and then Davis would go out and sell it and then pay Primo back.
He also mentions Corey Edwards getting drugs from Mr. Davis and being out in Ohio and distributing cocaine in Ohio.
Yes, Davis said that at that time, back when we were interviewing him in '98, up until about 3 years prior, that he was supplying Corey Edwards, who was selling cocaine all over Ohio. But I guess Edwards got into, he said at one point Edwards got into some trouble with his Cleveland drug contact, and that individual started coming out to acquire cocaine directly from Davis. That was an individual named Bubs who resided in Cleveland.
Eventually, he describes how Primo goes back to Colombia and he gets a new supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez.
Yeah. So yeah, Primo, I guess, departed the U.S. So we had to start selling cocaine in smaller quantities, and he came across a supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez, whose brother was actually in federal custody. Then Davis had heard that Samuel Lopez went back to Mexico after the FBI attempted to arrest him. And I guess there was a younger brother, or another Lopez, George Lopez, used to answer the phone for Samuel Lopez at the time.
And I'm not going to go into this, but there was a discussion of someone named Dupree, but that guy's full name was Azel Dupree Hall III, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He talks specifically about the phone calls that you were playing for him, that you had captured him on the wire.
That's correct.
At the very end, he denies that he's the leader of the Southside Crips and claims Darnell Brim is actually the leader of the gang.
Yes, he's even though he had said that he was large scale, basically a drug trafficker on that south side of Compton, that Darnell Brim was actually the head of the gang, if you will.
Okay. Now I want to move on. Shortly after that conversation that you had with Mr. Davis, did he enter a guilty plea to some charges and get sentenced to 70 months in federal prison?
Yes, he did.
That's a little less than 6 years. So he got some benefit from talking to you from what the...
Yeah, I don't know if it was 70 months, or it might have been 77 months, 70 or 77 months, I don't recall specifically.
Judge, I have in my hand, it says it's admitted, but I don't remember offering it, a certified copy of the indictment, the plea, and the judgments of conviction in United States District Court for the Central District of California, case CR-98537, evincing his...
I have the parties approach.
Okay, we'll figure out if it's going to be emitted or not emitted. Which is, it's always a possibility. See, I'm gonna just see if flipping it helps out. Any. How the court It's nothing like you see on TV. You can't handle the truth. It's handled.
All right, that will be, apparently was admitted as 75, but it will be admitted formally as 75. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard and will continue to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, gang affiliation, as well as a federal conviction of Mr. Davis's. These are not offered to show that Mr. Davis has a propensity to commit crimes. Instead, they are offered to establish credibility of the statements made by defendant in relation to this case, as well as motive and identity. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Now, after Mr. Davis goes to federal prison...
Hang on one second. They're not offered to show propensity to commit crime, and you are not to consider them for any propensity that Mr. Davis has any propensity to commit crime. You may proceed, Mr. DiGiacomo. Sorry, I phrased that wrong.
Subsequent to Mr. Davis going to prison, do you and your partner, Todd Holliday, go to federal prison and have just a voluntary conversation with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did. We went to
Is that situation different than the proffer situation?
It is in that it's a strictly voluntary interview. His attorney, the U.S. Attorney's Office, were notified of us contacting him because he's in custody. But the terms of the proffer, it's not the same as the proffer agreement. It's just a normal, regular interview.
But once again, you do promise him confidentiality during that conversation.
Yes, we did.
And up until the U.S. Attorney authorized you, you maintain that confidentiality.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 149. Is that the 302 that describes that particular conversation?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 149.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put that one up on the screen. Can you tell me the date that occurred?
The interview, let's see here, April 15th, 1999.
Okay. And the report's generated on April 20th of 1999.
That's correct.
You begin the conversation with him talking about Mr. Anderson and his death. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Mr. Davis tells you he's not aware of any motive for why blood gang members or individuals associated with death row records would have wanted to kill Anderson.
That's correct.
And then he repeats that he had nothing to do with either Tupac Shakur or Christopher Wallace's murder.
Yes, he said that himself and Mr. Orlando Anderson were not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and as well as anybody else that he was associated with, and with Tupac or Mr. Christopher Wallace, Notorious B.I.G.
Does he speculate again as to who would have been involved in these two murders?
Well, he said, he told us he didn't know who killed the two rap stars, but that he believed individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Mr. Wallace.
And then he talks a little bit of the gang war that occurs shortly after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Basically, he said that there was a conflict between Davis and Mr. Marion Knight that resulted, as a result of the shootings, that the conflict, there was basically a war going on between Southside Compton Crips and Compton Blood Pirate gang members, stemming from the mall altercation with Marcus Nunn and Orlando Anderson and other members of Southside Compton Crips, along with the Compton Blood gang members.
And he claims the reason that people believe that Orlando Anderson is the killer is that
I gotta grab my
asserts the
phone.
Compton
My other
police
phone
is
real
telling
quick.
people that.
That's
Bear with
correct. He made comments that he believed that Compton PD members were putting out rumors that Orlando Anderson and them were involved.
Do you confront him about Mr. Anderson, the attack, and him being upset about that particular attack?
Well, I mean, we asked him about that, about the whole escalation of incidents because of the gang activity. They had the incident at the mall, then at the MGM Grand, then obviously the shooting of Tupac and things of that nature. Mr. Davis said that Davis and Anderson were upset after the casino's attack on Anderson, but they weren't going to strike back with so many police officers around that they would have struck back once they returned to Compton.
So he indicates to you that he's angry enough to do it. It's just he planned on doing it back in Compton, which instead of in Las Vegas.
Yeah, if they were, apparently it was because of police presence in the area, something of that nature.
I'm not going to go through all the rest of this. The jury can read sort of the rest of this. Let me just check the very bottom. No, thank you, Agent. That completes my questions.
Okay. Mr. Sant, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. It's no longer special agent, or it's still special agent?
Either way is fine.
All right. We'll stick with Special Agent Lee.
Okay.
All right. Now, sir, fair to say, working for the FBI would have been something of an honor, I would imagine, working for an organization like that.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, that working for the FBI, I would imagine that other people would consider that to be the creme de la creme of investigation throughout our entire country.
Yeah, some people would consider that, yes.
You put on seminars for law enforcement agencies throughout the country to help them with their investigative efforts, to help them become better police officers and detectives, fair?
You're talking about me specifically?
No. Well, you as the FBI.
Oh, okay, yes.
And with regard to that, have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to learn how they do their investigative techniques, make yourself or your agency a better agency, or yourself as a better special agent?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to see how they do their investigations to become a better agent yourself?
No, I did not.
All right. And once again, with regards to what you do as the FBI, you're very specific in your task, right? Your task is whenever there's a violation of federal law, for instance, you're the agency that would be tasked.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
With regards to federal law, if there's a violation of federal law, you're the agency that typically would be tasked with the investigation, right?
Correct.
Now, we talk a little bit about the 302s in this case. And the 302, just for the jury's edification, when you say it's sort of a means, it's really just a piece of paper and a pen, right?
It's a report.
Right. And so you are writing out what your impressions or recollection was of a specific event or time, right?
Correct.
So if you're sitting in a room and we're having a conversation, you would note in your report who's in the room and what your impressions were of what was said and who said what, right?
Correct.
Now, of course, juries here would be curious. You know, we have recorders now, back in 1996, 1998 in this case. Recorders were available to the FBI, but of course that's not how you do your job.
The use of recordings for the FBI they were not standard policy and procedure for the FBI at that period of time.
Yeah, and you've retired since, what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
During that time period, has it changed in terms of that policy with the FBI?
During the time period that I've been retired,
Right, no, up until the time that you retired, has the policy changed?
the standard procedure is no, not to record.
Right, and so as a result of that, any recording that's done is typically not what the FBI does, right? You still focus on pen to paper recollection onto a 302.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of how you do it, the 302s that we read or at least saw put into the record is the work that you recall, your partner recalls during the course of an investigation.
Of that event, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the task force here, we talked a little about the task force project Safe Street. Is that what it was? Yes?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit of what that project was about?
The Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes.
So it's a compilation of multi-agencies directed to address gang activity within specific areas. So the Safe Streets Task Force initiative is a national initiative, but then there are fundings and directives that are sent to specific areas to address areas of high crime committed by gang activity.
Okay, and I would imagine gang activity would include violent crimes.
Right.
As well as, say, in this case, drug dealing.
Drug trafficking, yes.
As long as it's associated with gangs.
Yes, primarily so, yeah.
Because, of course, you do have the DEA that also runs their own investigations as well.
DEA, ATF, yeah, we work with all.
Now, in terms of your, about this task force, can you tell us at the time when you were operating on it, who was on the task force?
Oh, I mean, there were several agencies in terms of specific agencies.
Well, just in terms of your working with other people, do you recall at all who it was that was working on the task force with you at that time?
Well, there were members of Los Angeles PD. We've had, I believe there was ATF. So there was multiple aspects of the task force. So different squads had different elements working depending on what cities they were in. So we would have Inglewood PD, Compton PD, LA County Sheriffs, LAPD, DEA, ATF. I believe we even had postal inspectors that might be involved. There's just a myriad of different agencies.
Sure. Can you tell us who from the Compton Police Department was part of your task force?
Our specific task force, the squad that I was on with Mr. Holliday, we did not have an element from Compton PD.
Why was that?
Because we were working in an area that was in Watts, in South Central Los Angeles, so we had LAPD elements, LA County Sheriffs.
So one of the things that we saw today was that one of the individuals that potentially was somebody of interest, I would imagine to you, was a police officer from Compton by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Well, he was a former police officer. There was Reggie Wright Sr., who was his father.
Okay, so your work in Inglewood and this other area, I would assume that information with regards to Reggie Wright Jr. would have been sent to whoever it is that was working that particular area of LA?
Or of Compton. There was a different squad that was working in Compton, yes.
Can you tell us who that squad was?
What do you,
who was in that squad?
Yeah, the agents, or,
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't, well, I mean, some of the agents I recall.
Do you know who that you can recall that was there?
At that specific time, I'm not sure. There was an agent, Elliot.
Mike Elliott? Michael Elliott?
Yeah, he worked down there, yes.
And I don't want to strain you a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah.
So, and the reason,
For clarification, because over that time period, H's will change squads and things of that nature. Like I left the gang task force in 2003, and squads would move and change objectives. So who was working at that specific time? There may have been somebody at one period and then it changed or whatever over the course of time.
and would it be fair to say, of course, that something like this, if you really need this information, you would refer to a 302, to refresh your recollection if you have
Yes.
it? Okay. Now, in addition to that, though, in terms of your role here, there was a proffer session that was conducted with my client, with Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And that proffer was set for July 16, 1998. That's the exhibit, I don't know, I think it's that one right there. That's correct. Up in the top right-hand corner, do you see the date?
That was the date of the report.
Right, so it'd be dated
It was
July
actually
16th.
July 14th.
Oh, July. Okay, so even though the date says 16th on this, it would be the 14th?
Yes. Well, so
I'm sorry, I'm trying to
It's a little bit
record
like,
my.
yeah, the date of the 16th is the date of the report down at the bottom.
Do,
which is
do my
7/14/98.
report
That's
on my.
actual activity.
Okay. And you're meeting with Mr. Davis, and specifically, you're meeting with him in terms of under the task force, which was gangs and whatever they're doing that's crime related to gangs. Is that what we were doing at this point under the Safe Street Task Force? Okay. And so when you meet with Mr. Davis, there was an understanding at that particular point that, hey, whatever you're going to tell us, we're not going to prosecute you for. Is that what was happening on that date?
Under the proffer agreement, yes.
Okay. And that proffer agreement, of course, does require the approval of the United States Attorney's Office that would be responsible for that area, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that person would have been Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell.
Correct.
Was he present for that meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so it's you, your partner, another FBI agent, as well as Special Agent Michael Terrell.
Assistant United States Attorney, Mike.
I'm sorry, Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. And in that meeting, there was an understanding between Mr. Davis and his attorney that whatever was going to be said was not going to be used against them.
Unless he
Guys, I got
came
my
out and
oxygen
testified and said something
tank
that was
thingy up
contradictory
here.
to what he said in the proffer agreement, yes.
Sure.
I'm trying to get
once
it to
again,
connect
we're talking
to my-
about the federal government here,
my
right? So
doctor's
you
shit
have,
right now.
Was there an actual proffer that was signed by the parties indicating the understanding that you're telling us right now in terms of what was the terms of the agreement?
My recollection is that there is, but that's maintained by the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay, and since we're talking about that particular proffer here today, fair to say that would be relevant information that we should be considering?
Could you
Objection
repeat that?
to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, sustained if you would rephrase.
So I want to make sure I'm clear here. We are talking about a proffer. You're telling us that there is an actual writing, a contract of some sort between yourself and Mr. Davis with regards to that proffer. Do you have a copy of it here today?
That's not between myself and Mr. Davis. It was between Mr. Davis and the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And once again, do you have a copy of that here today?
No, I do not.
Now, in terms of your understanding of this agreement, Mr. Davis gives an agreement, and in the agreement, I'm assuming, the idea behind it is that he has to give you truthful information, right?
Correct.
And if there's no truthful information, then he's exposing himself to a potential crime in which he's now freely admitted to it, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question that
So-
you're asking.
Here, I don't want to break it down for myself because maybe I don't understand. So a proffer agreement promises the person that you're interviewing that we're not going to prosecute you for what you're telling us.
Right.
If the person's lying and you catch them lying, then technically the proffer doesn't count anymore because they violated their terms of the agreement. Is that how that goes?
If they like during the agreement?
During the
Or
proffer.
during the proffer session.
Right.
So that doesn't necessarily The benefit is for consideration for plea bargaining and sentencing consideration. So if the individual who is being interviewed during the proffer session shows a lack of candor, lies, and things of that nature, then the consideration for a plea bargain, plea agreement, will be considered by the United States Attorney's Office and what they will offer to that defendant. As far as using it against them, it's still the proffer agreement terms as far as using that information against them in that case in chief on that charge, we would still not use it. Does that make sense?
Sure. I just want to make sure it makes sense.
Right. Okay. So one of the things about the proffer agreement is it's, as I said earlier, was to set up it's at the beginning of a sort of plea negotiation period. So we go to Mr. Davis, we say, you come in, you tell us the truth, we won't use it against you in this case or whatever, regardless of what you say, and the United States Attorney's Office will take that information, determine how useful, how valuable it is. For example, not in this case, not necessarily in this case, we've had individuals who provide information and then they actually go on to become cooperating witnesses for us. They're willing to testify in case against other co-defendants and things of that nature. All of that gets utilized in determining the sentencing for that person and for reducing their sentence on that federal charge. As you're suggesting, if an individual comes in and they're not truthful, they're providing us information that we know is factually inaccurate based on our other investigations, surveillance, wiretaps, and things of that nature, and statements from other witnesses, we would report that to the United States Attorney's Office, and they would take that as far as the sentencing that they would offer for the plea agreement. They would say, well, your client hasn't been forthright and candor. We're not going to reduce it at all.
Did you do that in this case? Was there any recommendation from you or your partner back to the United States Attorney's Office, and specifically to AUSA Michael Terrell, that said, hey, Mr. Davis is not being forthright and truthful with regards to his July 14, 1998 statement?
I did not specifically do that. Whether or not Mr. Holliday did, I'm not aware.
Now, let me ask you this then. So he gives a statement, and I want to make sure we're clear. You listen to what Mr. Davis says. Did you ever verify the information in here specifically about allegations of Tupac Shakur's murder?
Verify in terms of what?
Well, for instance, in the document that would have been the year 302 that's dated as of July 14, 1998, there's an indication here, for instance, that at the Las Vegas casino, Davis's girlfriend, and Anderson's girlfriend went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. Now, once again, this is 1998. The death of Tupac Shakur was in September of 1996.
Right.
Did you ever verify that information with Las Vegas to see if either, and in this case, what the 302 indicates is that the room was in Anderson's name. Did you verify that to be true?
I did not specifically, no.
Okay. And then with regards to the way in which he describes, Mr. Davis, how they got to Las Vegas, he says in here that they drove to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Any particular reason? Did he have a Land Cruiser? Was there any verification of that information?
I did not verify that.
Now, in addition to that, he had indicated that Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, and Big Dre, or AKA Big Dre and Wynn had also traveled to Las Vegas. Did you ever verify if any of those individuals went to Las Vegas?
No, I did not.
And whether or not they stayed at the MGM Casino?
No, I did not.
Okay, so once again, for the jury's edification, shooting takes place in September of 1996. You're getting this information from Mr. Davis on July 1998, right?
Yes.
About a year and,
right.
8 months, 9 months, something like that. Now, in addition to that, he had made mention, at least with that first interview, that he believed that Compton police officers had been the ones to have committed that particular act, the crime in Las Vegas, in terms of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And once again, that's just for the
I'm
record.
sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
you're sorry.
And with regards to that, though, sir, did you ever look into the possibility that Compton police officers may have been involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
I did not specifically know.
Okay, and when you say I did not specifically, do you have any personal knowledge as to who in the FBI was responsible for following up with that information?
I'm aware that there were numerous investigations going on. There was Las Vegas PD had an investigation. There were Compton PD, LAPD. There were numerous elements of investigation going on regarding the murder of Tupac Shakur. Regarding Mr. Davis, our squad, and what we were investigating regarding the gang activity and the drug trafficking and the charge that he was on, I was not specifically tasked to follow up and track that down. Who did, I'm not aware of.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, if you become aware of a crime like that, you would report the information that you have to whoever the responsible investigative agency would be, right?
Correct.
You're not just going to hold on to that information and just keep it to yourself,
Correct.
right? Or ignore it.
Correct.
So in this case, for instance, you share with us that there were wiretaps that were being done of Mr. Davis's phone during the time period that you were investigating. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Now, a wiretap is not the same as a pen register, right?
Correct.
And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, pen register is just numbers that you just that you keep recording in terms of what number is calling out, what number is being received.
Correct.
And then an actual wiretap is when you listen to phone calls where people are talking on the phone without you telling them that you're doing so, right?
Correct.
So with regards to the information that you received and the phone calls that you had, were there any phone calls at all in which this guy over here, Mr. Davis, somehow admitted or said anything along the lines of that he was either involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur or that he was even in Las Vegas on the day it happened?
So the first part of the question, no, that would be no, there was nothing. Regarding the second part, being in Las Vegas, I believe my recollection is that there was conversation about being in Vegas and coming back to Vegas after the incident, the incident being the murder of Tupac Shakur, but that was it.
Okay, and once again, I don't want to put any real pressure on you. This is 30 years ago.
Right.
So in terms of that kind of information, that would have been at least given to somebody that would have been interested in knowing whether or not, Dwayne Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. Fair?
Yes.
And as far as you can recall, without looking at any notes to refresh your recollection here, that was never done.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did you personally ever make any calls to either Las Vegas Metro, LAPD, or Compton PD specifically about, hey, there's information here that Keefe was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting? Was there anything like that?
So you asked the question and then you said something, then you asked a different. Could you please?
Is that the FBI answer to the question? Let me break it up. Let me break it up. Did you ever make any calls to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police to say, hey, we've got some information here that Dwayne Davis, no. Did you ever make any calls specifically to LAPD to say, hey, I've got this guy on the phone, or he's making some discussions here that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I didn't make any calls like that.
And then I'm assuming with regards to Compton PD, did you ever call Compton to talk to somebody like, I don't know, Reggie Wright Sr., the gang guy over there, to say, hey, by the way, one of the guys from your community is saying that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I did not.
And I appreciate you breaking that down because I didn't want the jury as well to be confused. Now, in addition to that, you had made mention about the type of volume here, or what the type of volume that Mr. Davis was moving in terms of drugs. I want to make sure I'm clear. What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Cocaine.
Okay. And can you tell us, just in volume, what kind of volume that Mr. Davis was moving at that time?
I can't. I mean, it would be total speculation. Based off of what was said in his statements to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one where he said something, I believe, to the effect of like 70 kilos at one time, or that he was fronted large amount. I'd have to look. May I refer back to the report?
Sure.
Let's see here.
I know there's one for 60 kilos. I'm just want to make sure the jury understands.
Oh, I'm sorry. Primo Fine Davis, 200 kilos at one time.
Okay.
So fairly large scale.
Did you ever prove? Was that ever proven to be true?
That he received that quantity of cocaine at that time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, confidential informants show up on scene. Undercover police officers are there.
No, sir.
Anything like that?
No.
So it's literally what he's just telling you, right? In your 302 for this particular time. But no verification whether or not that was true or not.
Regarding that specific transaction, no.
Sure. Or let me make sure I'm clear here. That specific transaction of 200 kilos is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see or have any understanding of whether he was moving 300 kilos of cocaine every month as a drug dealer?
Did
you ever get any information indicating that he was moving 300 kilograms of cocaine every month?
I did not have that kind of specific information, though.
Now, in terms of Reggie Wright Jr., was there, I would assume that because it's not part of your area, did you refer that information to whoever it is that was part of the task force that would have covered the Compton area?
That would be most likely, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the Compton Police Department, fair to say that at some point they actually disbanded or they were shut down?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that would have been at what year?
I don't remember specifically. It was somewhere in the late 90s, I believe, or early 2000 period.
Okay. And why did they get disbanded?
I don't know these specifics. I know there was numerous allegations of corruption and such and things like that in the department. Organizational, structural deficiencies.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a brief moment?
Yeah.
So you shared a little bit about the next time that you meet Mr. Davis, and that was at the prison.
Correct.
And it's you and your partner still, Special Agent Holiday?
Yes.
And you go to that meeting, and he's sitting down and having a conversation with you, right?
Mr. Davis, yes.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I'm clear. How much did you actually arrest him with in terms of the cocaine that he had? I mean, I'm assuming at some point he gets caught with cocaine, right?
That's incorrect. No.
Okay, so what happens?
So are you specific the specific case that we had him charged with?
Yes.
And arrested? Actually, no, he was not caught with any actual cocaine. We intercepted conversations between him and another individual where they discussed a transaction before, the price, quantity, and then there were discussions after the delivery, and then there was even discussion. What kind of prompted more of the discussion? There was the two individuals had, Mr. Davis and the other individual had a discrepancy over the quantity, the actual volume of the amount of cocaine.
Okay. And outside of that, nothing to your recollection that was more specific about anything to do with cocaine. Like he never actually got caught with it. He was just having conversations about it?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in addition to that, when you're part of the task force, you are looking for potential issues with regards to violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, had you ever come across any information in your wiretaps or anything like that of Mr. Davis putting out a hit on someone or green lighting some type of violent act to be caused against somebody?
No.
No. And that would have been part of your, it would have been maybe an enhancement under the sentencing guidelines in terms of if you're looking at increasing his amount of time, is that, hey, he's also doing something in furtherance of, his self.
Violent activity and things of that nature, we would definitely be looking for, yes.
Right. And in this particular case, you don't have any proof of that at all? No facts to that?
Of him being violent?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Now, there is a discussion here that Darnell Brim was identified as potentially the leader of the Southside Crips. You recall that? It should be at the end of the second 302 that you have.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, did you ever verify that information as to whether or not Mr. Davis was lying or not about that?
No, I did not personally verify that. No.
And so as of this particular moment, as you're sitting here right now, do you have any facts at all that establishes that Mr. Davis was a shot caller or the leader of the Southside Crips?
Could you repeat that the way you phrased
Meaning, do you have any facts? Do you have something that says he said out on the phone, I don't know what they do. They attended a meeting. I mean, it's like...
No, so, I mean, with these gang organizations, there's not like membership cards and things of that nature. It's not like they've got a organized org chart of who is the president, vice president, and this and that nature for the most part. A lot of times it is just word on the street, who runs this area, who's in charge. And it was the way we assessed that Mr. Davis was one of the leaders of the Southside Compton Crips was the totality of information we'd received from numerous informants, witness statements, and things of that nature, wiretaps and things of that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. You done?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would imagine that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, that the money that he was bringing in was probably the reason why he was considered to be a leader in the Southside Crips.
Because of the money that he was bringing in?
Well, I mean the drugs, right? I mean that's
the
really
volume
value.
of drugs. Yeah, I mean, the leader, the guys who are moving the most weight, the high volume drug sales are going to be generally speaking, the leaders.
Right.
They're the ones that the other guys are going to go to get their quantities and things like that for sales.
Sure. And in this particular case, that's the presumption, right? It's because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, he would be considered with some status within the Southside Crips.
Well, I wouldn't call it a presumption. Again, it's a totality of statements from other individuals and information that we got. I mean, it wasn't the fact that he was a drug dealer that all of a sudden alerted us and said he must be a high-level Southside Compton Crip. It was a totality of information from our investigation.
Sure. Now, the word presumption, what does that mean, by the way?
Presumption that you presume, you're making an assumption.
But it's a little bit better than that, right? There are some facts that support whatever it is that you are throwing out there as the...
That can be the case, yes.
Now, in this particular regard, you talk a little bit about the Lakewood incident, right? It's in your report, I think, and I want to make sure on your 302, this would be... And, sir, if you run across it before I do, this would be page 4 of your 302, the date 7/14/98. Do you see where I'm at? It would be maybe the third, the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down.
The Lakewood, are you referring to at the mall?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
In terms of your presumption, the idea of the presumption, you're telling us that there is some facts that help you to have that presumption, right? Some facts. Can you tell us what facts you have to support that there was even a Lakewood incident that occurred?
I'm sorry. You're asking what facts?
Sure.
We have several witness statements.
Okay, so you have several witness statements. You are aware that those allegedly, and according to what you write yourself, this was a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. Marcus, who lived at the Southside Crypt neighborhood, was in a mall by himself. A number of Blood Street gang members attacked Marcus and began beating him. Orlando Anderson and then others approached the situation, observed what was happening, and then went to the aid of Marcus. They beat up the Blood gang members. That's what you wrote in your 302, right?
That's for true, man.
Yeah. Now, in terms of that information, did you ever go to the mall to verify that there was this thing that happened a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, which would have been sometime in August of 1996? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, Lakewood Mall and that area is governed by a police department. I don't know, is it Compton or is it the next one over? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Compton.
Okay. So where was the next one? Did you ever at any point reach out to that police department to say, hey, can you get us the information on this so we can verify it before we put it into our 302 that a couple of weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, there was a beating that took place? Did you ever do that?
Okay, so your statement regarding doing it before we put in that was information that was provided to us by Mr. Davis. So at that time, we were just recording what Mr. Davis is telling us.
Sure.
So this is a follow-up investigation upon that.
Sure, but the state has now introduced this document in as an exhibit for the jury to consider. So you're telling us that you can't verify the information in it?
I'm telling you what Mr. Davis told us.
Okay, but you cannot verify that information. You're telling us right now you didn't verify the information that he told you.
I didn't verify that specific event.
Okay. Do you know if your partner did?
I'm not sure. If you're referring to Mr. Holliday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate yes or no.
No, and I appreciate you doing that. I don't want you to do that either. Okay. Now, Mr. Davis is in prison during this time. At some point in the future, you had mentioned that he was in there April 20th, 1999, something like that?
During the second interview, yes.
Right. Now, did you at any point ever look at his, while he was in there, how he was doing, anything like that? Any write-ups he might have had while he was in there, anything like that?
From the penitentiary?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
And then finally, just one final thing here. There was some mention in your 302, and I apologize for bouncing you back, but I'm taking you back to the July 14th, 1998 302. But in that 302, there was an allegation, or at least some information that you documented that stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Was dealing drugs out of a auto shop called the Untouchables Auto Shop, owned by Melvin Hurd. Do you recall that? That's actually on the top of page 4.
Yes.
Do you know why that's important and why you included that in your 302?
Well, activity regarding Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Sr., these individuals in Compton and things like that would have been important. They would have been documented. Mr. Davis provided us that information. So again, this is also information that would be utilized for for consideration by the U.S. Attorney's Office and things like that. So all of the information is important.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Any redirect, Mr. Stuntman?
Just briefly, you have both of those.
Yes.
302s in front of you, right? So let's start with the July 14th, 98 one. It specifically says in the first paragraph, also, it was understood that the information provided by Davis during the interview would not be used by the FBI in a way which would disclose to individuals outside the FBI that the information came from Davis.
Correct.
So, other FBI personnel may have learned about this, but certainly you wouldn't be calling Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and telling them, hey, guess what Dwayne Davis just told me?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a confidentiality portion of the proffer agreement that This is it's offered in a way to elicit information. It's saying, hey, what you tell us here is not going to be told to anybody, and we won't divulge that you're the one providing this information and things of that nature.
And you're there talking to him, in your case, is about a drug case. It's not about Tupac Shakur. That just happens to be a subject that comes up in the conversation.
That's correct.
It's not your responsibility. Well, let me ask you this. Tupac Shakur is killed in the state of Nevada, the county of Clark. Who prosecutes murder cases usually for street-level shootings in Clark County?
That would be like Las Vegas Metro PD, the DA's office here in Las Vegas.
The state of Nevada. It's not a federal crime to commit a murder in Las Vegas in most situations.
That's correct.
And so you're just gathering this information, and you did what you promised, which was keep it confidential until such time as you were authorized by the U.S. Attorney to talk about it. The only other thing I want to ask you about is Mr. Sampt, there is a difference between proffer and immunity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What Mr. Davis was telling you, you wouldn't use against him, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't any sort of immunity for any crimes that he disclosed. You just couldn't use the statements that he made to you to prosecute him for those particular crimes.
That's correct.
And that was an agreement between the United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
At no point in here did the state of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sampt?
I'm sorry, what was that last question again? I'm trying to figure that out. Hey, so you're telling us, you're giving us information right now about your knowledge of what the other law enforcement agencies had agreements on or not? How do you know that?
I didn't give that information. I didn't say that.
So can we repeat that last question?
We don't have
All right,
that
well,
capability. We can pause and show you.
No, that's all right. I just want to get to the point. What Mr. DiGiacomo just asked you was that there were no other agreements with regard to your agreement. Your agreement was the sole agreement between yourself and Mr. Davis, or FBI and Mr. Davis, and no other.
The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
I apologize. The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis, and no other entity. Right? I think that's how it was put.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You don't know that though. Did you when you? What?
Sustained stricken. You can ask a question.
You are not aware of any agreements between with other agencies because you just don't know. You are just here on behalf of the federal government and the FBI, right?
With regard to the interview that myself and Todd Holiday conducted with Mr. Davis on July 14th, 1998, the agreement was between the United States Attorney's Office with the FBI there and Mr. Davis. Nobody else was party to that.
Even though this was a joint task force, this was part of
No, it was a joint task force. It was the United States Attorney's Office, the FBI, Mr. Davis.
Okay. And with regards to that task force, even though other government agencies were potentially involved in the task force, they weren't involved with regards to this agreement, the proffer. They weren't part of the proffer, is what you're saying, even though it's part of the task force.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have some.
Okay. That was a little confusing, but I mean, that works, Don't necessarily got like, I'm here, I'm struggling, I'm in pain, Um, mm, um, but I don't know if there was like a discredit. Is what he was trying to discredit what that information was actually meant for, which I kind of get that he was kind of meaning that that information was only meant for
All right, a couple questions from our jurors.
the information
If
was
the proper information was never followed up on, what was the motivation behind the interview in jail or prison?
You want go ahead. Answer.
Yeah, so
Okay, answer. Okay.
they had these questions. I'm
Right.
asking you to answer them.
Okay, so the motivation behind the interview in the subsequent interview in '99, we were following up on other investigation. Because when you go through the 302, you see we asked about several individuals, or we actually showed them pictures of other individuals. A lot of times what we'll do is we were going back because he was cooperative and open before, we were attempting to see he would verify other individuals, perhaps identities and things of that nature of other investigative activity regarding gang activity in the area.
Okay. And then did anyone with the FBI verify information given by Davis in the proffer?
I mean, the total regarding the totality of the there was quite a bit of information when we asked about certain individuals and things that he said that we already knew. So because he provided information during the proffer session, there wasn't a need to necessarily go back and verify because we had an idea about the answer to the question. Sort of like you ask a question that you know the answer to, that's how you know if somebody's lying. You start off with that, things like that, simple things, and then you kind of work your way in to other information. So there was a lot of information that we already had other corroborated information on. So when he's providing that information, we have a general idea whether or not he's being open and candor and truthful based off of other investigation, whether it's surveillance, wiretaps, witness statements, and things of that nature.
And you might have already answered this, but it's the second part of the question, so I'm going to ask it. What information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer, if you're able to disclose it?
What
information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer that you're able to disclose?
So, I mean, it's been 30 years. It'd be very difficult for me to follow up on every single aspect. Again, a lot of the information, because it's historical, some of these things that he's talking about went back several years prior to into the early 90s period. So he's talking about, prior drug transactions and things of that nature. It's very difficult or almost impossible to truly verify those types of things. Other things that he talked about, for example, recordings that were played or photos that he was showing of individuals where he identified and said this is so and so, that corroborates what individuals that we know and things of that nature. So there were things that were done. Was there a specific checklist, a tasking list that was put out after that interview, the proper interview, to go out and say, go verify? That's really not the way we operate. Usually these files have hundreds of documents in them over the course of an investigation. There's hours and hours and countless hours of wiretaps and things of that nature. So we've got a very voluminous amount of information to go back and check and things that along the way. So at this point, he was already indicted, arrested, and basically going towards either trial or sentencing. The proffer agreement really was an opportunity for him to help himself on sentencing. And then for us to maybe, if he wanted to cooperate and things like that, to possibly open up further avenues of investigation for other individuals who weren't in custody or that were still under investigation.
All right. Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up based on those answers and those questions? Mr. Stamp?
No, you aren't.
Okay. All right. You are free to go. Thank you so much. Sorry. Just leave them right there. Mr. DiGiacomo will pick them up.
I'll grab them from you. Thank you.
Are those our exhibits? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, for sure. All right, statement call the next witness.
Darren Dupree.
Not before we do that, maybe a question.
Sure. All right, at this time we are going to take a restroom break for 15 minutes. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information put without limitation.
I hate the fact that, we're going to court.
Or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:15. Please rise for the jury.
People's lives are at stake, but all these bitches are freaking like scared of retaliation or saying shit, or they're hidden by, well, you can't say this, you can't say that because this can't be used against them, blah 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 blah. But what is the fucking truth? I mean, I'm sorry. I mean,
For the record, the jury executive room will be in recess.
Thank you.
So that's the whole thing about that whole situation. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. I thought I had a poll. Did I not see the poll? Okay, so okay, here's the poll. And the poll, and it says, is there enough to convict so far? And 100% people say no, and there's only 2 votes. We don't got that many people watching, so yeah. I hope we have enough people watching. I hope we have enough people. I know this is probably not a big deal to many people, so I kind of wish that I had more people talking. I know most people are probably watching this on Law and Crime or so forth. But speaking of, let me probably pull up Law and Crime real quick and see what. And I'm just going for the chat over there. I'm just gonna go look at the chat. Law and Crime chat. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pull this right here. Okay. Okay. So I mean, I reached out. I know I don't want to like poach anybody, but I find that the people who are interested in this case are kind of watching in other places, and I don't mean to steal them from it. I kind of want to have a talk with them. And um, Okay, well, okay, so uh, I see that there's a lot of, we're getting ready to come back from reset. I see everybody wants justice. Um, and I know this is a 30-year-old 30-year-old case, and this is like ridiculous.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your
Okay, bring them in.
Stand for the jury.
Did you line them up? We're waiting for them. Okay.
Okay, so this is just crazy. It's 30 years
Are you
old,
stipulating
man.
presence of the jury?
Yes, Your
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, now the state can call their next witness.
Darren.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Darren, D-A-R-Y-N, Dupree, D-U-P-R-E-E.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready to state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long were you with the LAPD?
33 and a half years.
And when did you start?
In 1990.
And through the majority of your career, what kind of crimes did you focus on?
Homicides, gang homicides.
And I direct your attention to approximately 2006. Were you asked to be part of a task force related to the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe that task force for us?
Robbery homicide, homicide specials, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, FBI, ATF, and DEA were all a part of the task force.
And was there a precipitating event that caused the 2006 task force to be formed?
Yeah, Christopher Wallace's mother filed a lawsuit against the Los Angeles Police Department.
And what was the allegation in the lawsuit?
That there was police officer involvement in his death.
LA police officer involvement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the 2006 task force?
To uncover, first of all, if there was any police officer involvement, and also to hopefully solve the Biggie Smalls murder case.
Now, by 2008, this is 11 years after the homicide. I assume that there was records that the LAPD would have gathered initially in the investigation in the ensuing 11 years that you had access to.
Yes.
Did you guys, or did the task force formulate a plan as to how you were going to go about investigating the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yeah. There was rumors that this was a war between Southside Compton Crips and Mob Piru. Puffy Combs label Bad Boy and Death Row Records. So we started there, and that consisted of going
here comes
Vegas,
He Diddy,
getting all their files, getting up to speed on the Tupac murder. Although we weren't investigating it, we just wanted to get up to speed on it. And then starting there, everybody was a suspect at that time in the Biggie Smalls murder.
At the time you come to Vegas and learn what information the Las Vegas
Oh, what am I missing?
Metropolitan Police Department is, who is the detective that you're having the contact with? You begin investigating. Did you have any suspects that you identified and wanted to potentially look at?
From the initial investigation, Southside Compton Crip possibly had something to do with the murder because they weren't paid for the Tupac murder, and then also Death Row Records, that they were involved because of the retaliation for the Tupac murder. So, like I said, everybody was a suspect at that time.
During the course of the investigation, did you at some point focus on a person identified as Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes.
You point him out, describe something he's wearing.
He's at the defense table with a blue shirt and a multicolored tie.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Is he wearing a jacket or no jacket?
No jacket.
So reflected.
How is it that,
The vehicle used in the Christopher Wallace murder was a Impala. Mr. Davis had an Impala,
Tupac
and they had impounded
was gonna
it
leave
early
Suge.
on in the investigation. So we started with
And Biggie was going to
and
leave P.
Did
Diddy.
you have information related to
Biggie and Tupac were friends.
what his position was in the
Tupac was going to start his own
I mean, we knew that Mr.
production
Davis was
company, his own label.
money in their hood, in their neighborhood.
You know,
Now,
and
you said that you
Biggie was probably going to go with
what was
Tupac.
your role in the task?
Not only
I
that,
was the
but
lowest level,
probably Snoop Dogg.
detective.
Dre was already starting his own thing.
And I knew a little bit about the rap industry, so that was
That's how you got brought in.
Yes.
The Southside Crips, did they have kind of two crews associated with them?
As far as I know, yes.
And one of those crews, the Burris Street crew, who was that sort of generally headed by?
It was Keefy D amongst others.
The Glencoe crew, who was sort of the leader of that group?
From what we gathered, Darnell Grimm.
How is it that you're going to go about investigating Mr. Davis for the Biggie Smalls murder? What's your plan?
I had never worked with the DEA, FBI. I was a homicide investigator coming in. So above my pay grade, they tried to figure out a way to get leverage on Mr. Davis through narcotic sales. We would bring him in after we caught him with narcotics and see if he would work with us and give us information on the Biggie Smalls case.
And were you able to gather enough information to potentially arrest and charge him with narcotics?
Yes.
And how much narcotics are we talking about here?
From what I remember, it was PCP, a gallon, and
Okay. I am going to pull up back up here because I always got back up.
a kilo of cocaine, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, was there a suggestion to Mr. Davis that he shouldn't use a lawyer by the name of Edie Fall?
I don't know anything about that.
Does there come a point in time when you wind up at a meeting with Mr. Davis and his lawyer?
Yes.
And that first meeting, what are you there to talk to Mr. Davis about?
to show him the evidence that we had against him, the video surveillance that we had. We did a lot of surveillance on him to show him everything we had and what he was looking, to receive as a case against him.
And so do you eventually wind up in a meeting with his lawyer in either the lawyer's office or a police station to talk to him about that?
I think that first meeting was at the AUSA's office in downtown Los Angeles with him and his attorney and about 4 or 5 people from the task force.
And was there your understanding as to what the circumstances of what you could and couldn't use against Mr. Davis about what he's talking to you about?
Yes, and again, I'm just in the room. I never even been in the AUSA's office at that time, so I'm just observing what's going on.
Did anyone use the term, this is a proffer?
Yes.
And was that agreement between the AUSA, do you remember that AUSA's name?
Timothy Seawright.
And do you remember the attorney for Mr. Davis, his name?
Wayne Higgins.
And so there was an agreement in that first meeting that this would be a proffer.
Yes.
And during the course of that, do you ask Mr. Davis about his involvement in the Biggie Smalls murder?
Yes.
And what is his response?
At that time, he said, no, we didn't have anything to do with that.
When he said, we didn't have anything to do with that one, did that trigger anything in your mind as to what he was saying?
When I recall, yes, we were like, that one, what do you mean? And then he said, we did the other one.
He said, we did the other one. And so, at that point, what did you think he was talking about?
Me personally, the only other one was Tupac. But we had nothing, we didn't think we were talking about Christopher Wallace. We didn't ask him any questions about Tupac. He offered that on his own.
And so when he does that, is there some discussion then of maybe having a conversation about Tupac?
It was a surprise to us. Number one, we were shook. We were surprised. Yes. I mean, I don't know if we shut that meeting down then to discuss what we were going to do. I don't remember, but we were surprised.
Does there come a point in time when there's a meeting set for December 18th of 2008 to talk to Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
In your understanding, was that still based upon the agreement between Wayne? Understanding, was that still based upon the agreement between Wayne Higgins and the U.S. Attorney that it would be a proffer session?
Yes.
At that point, before having this conversation with Mr. Davis, has anybody notified Las Vegas that Mr. Davis is going to be talking about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Unfortunately, no.
Were you present on December 18th?
Sorry. Want to get this.
Yes.
Do you know who recorded that statement?
One of the members of the task force, Bill Holcomb.
Did there come a point in time where you heard that recording?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as State Proposed Exhibit 117, which is the actual recording, and 110, which is the transcript of that recording off of this time.
Any objection?
The answer to the question was asked was like, do you recognize the recording?
Okay, do you want to play
I can play part of
maybe
that
the
recording
first
for Detective
couple
Duke.
seconds and see if he recognizes it?
Yeah, there's some
authenticate.
walking in time, so we'll just
Well,
have to pull it
when
forward.
people actually talk.
Yeah. I'll just jump forward. Hopefully. My volume off?
People or his associates, that's not a concern to us.
If you hadn't told Mike, we would have talked to him. We wouldn't want to talk to him.
Okay, another. Does that sound like the conversation that was happening on December 18th, 2008 with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And who was present at this besides yourself that you recall?
The lead detective, Detective Greg Kading, he was mostly in charge. Bill Holcomb and me, that's all I can remember.
Was Wayne Higgins present as well?
Wayne Higgins was there, and I'm sorry, so was Mr. Davis, of course.
And do you recall where this conversation took place?
It might have been at Wayne Higgins' office.
As I once again reoffer 117 and 110.
Did you want to show him 110 to verify that is the transcript of it?
Oh, you want me to?
Well, that was the objection, was that
Oh.
the foundation wasn't accurate, and we talked about the first item, but not the second.
And take a look at that. You can read through as much as it is you need to. Does that appear to be a transcription of that particular?
Yeah, I remember. Yep, that's it.
Move to admit 110 and 117. The jury is gonna hear the entire thing at some point. But generally speaking, what was Mr. Davis's version of events as it relates to what happened with Tupac Shakur?
Mr. Davis stated that his nephew, Mr. Orlando Anderson, was jumped and beat up in a club or in a hotel in Las Vegas after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first, and then they saw him, and basically, Mr. Davis had the gun at first, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot. Mr. Anderson grabbed the gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
He was in a white Cadillac.
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
A 40 cal Glock.
And did he tell you after the shooting where the car went? If you recall. If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
After receiving this information in March of 2009, does the task force sign Mr. Davis up as a confidential informant?
Yes.
And once you sign him up as a confidential informant, what is it that you want to do with Mr. Davis?
Figure out ways to see if he's telling the truth about his story about what happened.
And so what do you do?
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis, he says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
And did you guys, or Mr. Davis, come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Black, and Keefe D, Mr. Davis, flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
And when Mr. Davis goes in to, do you remember the name of the club?
It's called the Zip Code in Harlem.
Does he in fact meet with Zip?
Zip, he did, but from what we gathered from Mr. Davis told us, he passed him off to his nephew, meaning Zip passed him off to his nephew to do business with him. Zip had cancer or something like that. He was sickly. He said he wasn't in the business no more, something like that. So it didn't work.
So he was unable to reestablish a business relationship and do a drug deal with Zip so that you would have leverage to then talk to Zip about what Mr. Davis told you. I'm just confirming the information
Your
you just provided.
response?
What?
You're just confirming that the information that you just were provided is what?
I'm just confirming the information that he just testified to.
So then, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he couldn't rekindle the relationship.
And so you come back from New York.
Yes.
At some point, does the LAPD establish whether or not LAPD officers were involved in the murder of Mr. Wallace?
We found out that there was not any police officer involved.
And eventually, Mrs. Wallace's lawsuit is resolved.
Yes, it does.
At some point, are you directed to attend a meeting involving Wayne Higgins, Dwayne Davis, and Dan Long, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department investigator on Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
And on September 9th of 2009, did you in fact attend that interview?
Yes. And
was that recorded?
Yes.
This morning, did you listen to portions of that to confirm that is in fact a copy of the 2009 audio recording?
Yes.
And if I approach you, I forgot this one. Showing you. Forgot this one. Showing you 111. If you flip that over, take a look at it. Does that appear to be a transcript of that 2009 interview?
Yes.
Move to admit 111 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Finally, and I forgot to do this, during the conversation on December 18th of 2008, did you have some sort of chart that was put in front of Mr. Davis where he identified where people were in various vehicles?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 147. Is that a copy of the chart that you had prior to the December 18th, 2008?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Smith.
It's 2.5 hours. I don't play with him on the stand.
Mr. Dupree, sorry. We had some conversations here about what you did on this case. Did you ever write any reports on this?
Sure I did, yeah.
When you say you're sure did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
I think I reviewed one report.
Which report did you review?
It was a DEA 6 passing the case over to Las Vegas Metro.
And with regard to that report, did you draft that report yourself?
Yes.
When you say it's a DEA 6, is that a form?
Yes.
Is that a form used by the DEA agency, I guess would be the Drug Enforcement Agency?
Yes.
Did you write any reports on your own with regards to what you did within the LAPD, umbrella or report writing?
I'm sure I did.
When you say you sure did, are you telling us today that you don't know for sure what reports you wrote?
I'm saying that when you have a cold case, a lot of reports are already written. So you interview people and you do a statement on it, but the majority, this was 2006 when we started, the murders happened in 1996 and 97, so a lot of the reports were already written.
So with regards to, you're classifying this as a cold case?
Yes.
And what is a cold case to you?
It's a case that takes a long time to solve.
And with regard to the cold case, which are you talking specifically about the murder here, the murder investigation of Tupac Shakur?
I'm talking about what we classified Christopher Wallace case. I don't know if they classified Tupac a cold case at that time.
I see. So you were part of the task force specifically on Biggie Smalls, we just call it Biggie Smalls.
That's why we started the task force, because of the lawsuit.
All right, and you are classifying that as the cold case?
Yes.
So all your work would have been under the Biggie Smalls investigation, not necessarily under the Tupac case that we're here for today?
Yes.
And so with regard to your actions on the Biggie Smalls case, a lot of what you're doing sort of blends into, at least some of it blends into the Tupac investigation, but that wasn't your investigation?
No.
That was Metro's investigation?
Yes.
Now, on the day that we're talking about here, and this would be under the recordings that you had from the 2008 proffer, did you set those up?
No.
Who set them up?
Probably the lead investigator, Greg Kading.
Okay, and with regards to Greg Kading, you're his partner.
In a task force configuration, you might peel off with one person more than the other, so I would say me and him did a lot of work together.
And with regards to what he is that he's also a fellow LAPD detective.
Yes.
All right. And so with regards to your being, let's say not part of the task force, were you ever his partner outside of the task force?
I met Detective Kading at Wilshire Homicide. Wilshire Homicide is the area that Christopher Wallace was actually killed in. Robbie Homicide inherited the case or took the case because they had more resources to work. Me and Greg worked together at Wilshire Homicide. Greg Kading started this task force, and he brought me over years later to this task force.
I see. So up until that point when he brought you over, you guys weren't partners?
No. He was working narcotics. Greg knows the narcotics FBI, DEA system very well. I didn't.
All right. And so in terms of your awareness about the Tupac investigation, when were you first made aware of the Tupac investigation?
Through the media, as soon as it happened.
Right.
Everybody knew about that.
And in terms of, though, your involvement or the official, are you telling us it's at the time of the proffer that you become sort of more involved in the Tupac?
At the time that Mr. Davis offered the information that he offered is when we even thought about doing anything with Tupac.
But isn't it true, though, that you actually were more aware, you actually were that Detective Long was the Metro detective on this case as early as 2004?
I didn't start until 2006, so I just knew he was the investigator assigned to the case when I got there.
I see. So as of 2006, you would have been aware that Detective Long was the investigator from Metro?
Maybe 2006, 2007, when we decided to come out to Vegas and gather intel on the Tupac case, just for investigative reasons.
Okay. And with regards to your participation in the task force, was there a name for the task force?
Christopher Wallace Task Force.
Okay, so it's the Christopher Wallace Task Force. And you first contact Mr. Davis on, looks like November 21st, 2008. Is that about right?
I don't remember the dates, but...
Okay. Now, in terms of your, you're saying, though, that your review of the evidence in preparation for today's, or your reports in preparation for today's testimony just consisted of the DEA 6 form?
Yes.
Now, at the time of November 21st, 2008, you and Greg Kading are the ones who initially contacted Mr. Davis, right? You didn't do it by yourself.
No, me and Mr. Kading.
Okay, and you basically advised him at that particular point that, you know, he was potentially looking at an indictment for narcotics. Is that right?
Something to that effect, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing this because you are targeting Mr. Davis because you believe he may have been a suspect in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, I would assume in the future, you're going to tell all of us that he was no longer a suspect in that murder, right?
That is correct.
You found information that were indicating that the car that was potentially the car used in the Biggie Smalls murder was not his vehicle, maybe somebody else was there. And there were some issues with regards to his location that he wouldn't have been the one to be the shooter in the case.
Whatever the reasons, I just know he wasn't involved in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Okay. And then with regards to your conversation with Mr. Davis, when you had that conversation at his home, you talked about being in the, I guess, the garage of his home at Rancho Cucamonga. Is that what it was?
I forget the city, but it's out east.
Okay.
That's where he lived at the time.
And you had at some point told him that maybe he should retain an attorney to handle the issues because he was going to be dealing with the United States Attorney Timothy Seawright. You remember having that conversation with him?
I don't think we threatened him or anything like that. We just advised him that, hey man, we got some information, we got some things that you were involved in, and we need to talk to you. So we need to meet with you, with your attorney, at the AUSA's office.
Now, at the time that you have that conversation with Mr. Davis, you advised him that not to bring his attorney, which would have been Edie Fall, to that conversation, right?
No.
You advised him to actually bring this other attorney, Wayne Higgins. That would have been a brand new attorney for Mr. Davis, correct?
No. I didn't even know Mr. Higgins at that time.
Now, in terms of your, the meeting, Mr. Higgins shows up with Mr. Davis, and then there's a conversation between Mr. Higgins and Seawright regarding the proffer agreement, but that wasn't with you being present in the room. Fair?
No. I wasn't present.
Now, you had, though, at some point being informed that there was a proffer agreement, and then there was follow-up interviews that occur as a result, right?
That's correct.
So this is just not one interview. This is multiple interviews.
Yes.
Now, can you tell us, for instance, how many interviews there were?
That I was involved in, the first meeting at his house in the garage, the first meeting with the AUSA, and then the meeting at Wayne Higgins. But mind you, like I told you, I flew to New York with Mr. Davis. So we were out there for 3 or 4 days.
I'm talking more about specifically the actual meetings in which you're sitting down and asking questions of Mr. Davis.
2.
So that would be the initial meeting with United States Attorney Seawright in the room, and then the second meeting was, I'm sorry, at what time?
That was with Mr. Higgins at his office on Wilshire Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the date.
Okay, would that be October or December 18th?
2008.
2008.
Yes.
Do you recall actually being involved in a meeting or being knowledgeable of a meeting that took place on December 1st, 2008?
No.
How about a meeting that took place on January 7th, 2009?
I don't recall. No.
How about another meeting that occurred on February 11th, 2009?
I don't recall any of those dates.
Okay.
I just remember the 3 that we dealt with.
Right. And once again, you're refreshing your recollection off of a DEA 6 form, correct?
No, I'm refreshing my recollection off my recollection.
30 years later?
That's right. And about 20 murder trials.
Right.
Of my own.
Which is amazing. Good job.
It's not amazing, just doing my job.
But let's just make sure we're clear. I want to make sure this jury understands that you're refreshing recollection off of a DEA 6 form.
No. I told you the DEA 6 form that I saw this morning was transferring the case from the DEA to Las Vegas Metro. That's all that's it this morning.
All right. So this is all purely off of your recollection from 30 years ago.
Well, 17, 18 years ago when we got it. The case was 30 years ago. So
Right.
we had it in 2006.
And 20 murder trials later,
That's right.
you're refreshing. Okay. So let's keep going through it. So your testimony here is that at the time of the meeting on December 18th, 2008, you were present for that meeting.
Yes.
And the other people that were present for that meeting was Detective Katie, LAPD Detective William Holcomb, FBI Special Agent Bennett.
Yes. I didn't mention him, but he was there. Yes.
Okay. And then was anybody else there present?
Mr. Davis and Mr. Higgins.
And then outside of those, was anybody from the United States Attorney's Office present?
At the first one in 2008, I think, not in 2009. For sure, not 2009. I can say that.
Okay, but I want to make sure we're precise for this jury. On December 18, 2008, was the United States Attorney present for that meeting?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, the recording that had occurred and the one that you've introduced into evidence in this case, was that a recording to which Mr. Davis or his attorney knew about?
Which one, 2008 or 2009?
2008.
2008? I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know it was being recorded either.
Sure. And with regards to the FBI special agent that was there, are you aware of what's called a 302?
Yes.
What is a 302?
It's a report, an information report that they write out, kind of like the DEA 6, kind of.
Yeah. And then in terms of how the 302 works is they don't actually record information with a recorder. They actually just write things down into the 302, right?
That's correct.
In this particular case, was Special Agent Bennett aware that there was a recording?
I have no idea.
Now, in addition to that, on March 9th, you had said that something that he was, I guess, activated as a confidential informant. So I think it's around that time period, right, of 2009. Between what time periods did Mr. Davis give information to LAPD as a confidential informant? Do you remember?
I don't remember how many times we met or how many times I was involved in speaking to him. But it's just those 3 times, the first time in his garage, 2008, 2009, and then when we went to New York. That's all my dealings with Mr. Davis was, that I can remember.
Now, the December 2008 proffer that you were a part of, did you verify any of the information?
That Mr. Davis told us?
Yeah.
We were trying to verify as much as we could.
Okay.
That's
Well,
why we
tell us
put it
the
in
efforts. No, I'm sorry. Can you tell this jury the efforts that you made to verify the information that he gave you in 2008?
Flying to New York to try to get the relationship with Zip, Mr. Martin, because he was involved here in Vegas with the murder and the large sum of money that was supposed to be given to Mr. Martin to give to Mr. Davis. So that's why we flew to New York, to try to get that whole thing going.
Right. And based upon your efforts in New York, were you able to verify that any of that information to be true?
No.
Now, in addition to that, there was other information that Mr. Davis gave up in 2008 in December. Did you verify any of that other information to be true?
I don't think any other information that he gave us was anything except the murder of Tupac.
Sure. Did you at any point verify, for instance, the people that he identified in the vehicle?
No.
You are aware, of course, that some of the people that he identified in the vehicle were still alive in 2008, right?
One was.
Who was that?
That was Terrence Brown.